Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Crime and punishment. Two words that have gone hand in hand since the creation of the human race. There are consequences to actions made by people, a lesson that is usually learned from a very early age. However, there are those who disregard such consequences until it is too late.
Where am I?
Don't get up too quickly. You are safe.
Yes, but where?
You don't remember?
The last thing I remember was going home and then nothing. I wake up to find myself in a small shack in the middle of the woods with you sitting here.
My name is Jenkins. Harry Jenkins.
Okay, Harry. If you don't mind if I call you that.
No problem, Ben.
How do you know my name?
I know all about you. You're Benjamin Walsh, born in Atlanta, a successful advertising agent who is now sitting here with me.
Okay, but where is exactly here?
You really don't know?
Wait a minute. Have I been kidnapped? Are you asking for ransom?
What exactly do you remember, Mr. Walsh?
I told you already. I was going home when I must have passed out.
And that is the only thing you remember?
Yes, damn it. I was supposed to see my children, but something happened and I wasn't allowed to. I remember being quite upset about that. I only get to see them once a week.
Mr. Walsh, Ben, you are in prison.
What? What the hell are you saying? Prison? I can't be in prison. I haven't even had a trial or been charged with anything.
You're absolutely sure about that?
Of course I'm sure. I've never broken a law in my life.
Some would say that you just hadn't been caught yet.
Yeah, sure, the cynics might say that. The only thing I've done that was remotely against the law was getting a parking ticket. They don't put you in prison for that.
You would be surprised.
What did you say?
Nothing. So as far as you remember, you were not arrested, tried, nor convicted?
No. And what sort of prison is this?
What do you mean?
This is a 10 by 12 shack with windows, and outside the sun is shining and I'm surrounded by the woods? This is more of a hunting shack than a prison cell.
In other words, no steel bars, no small cell, no guards. You're precisely right. This is a very different kind of prison.
Well, that's obvious. Just who the hell are you anyway? A guard?
No, I'm your, guide to this place.
Just exactly what is this place?
It was growing ever more evident that the traditional prison wasn't working. It was costing more and more to house, feed, and clothe the prisoners. There were some who felt that a change was needed, and so this place was created.
A shack in the woods?
The so-called rehabilitation of prisoners was simply not working. Violence inside the prisons was at an all-time high. I'm sure that you saw the news reports of the riots and the protests.
I never really kept up with it.
Perhaps you should have. At any rate, this place was created. You have shelter, about 2 acres of land that you can wander around in, with your own kitchen, food, bathroom, even a television and radio for entertainment. You're allowed whatever books that you would like to read. You have everything that you could ever want, except your freedom.
And what's to prevent me from just walking off those 2 acres and disappearing?
Because of where it's located.
Where on earth could you have put such a place? I mean, 2 acres for every prisoner? You'd have to have the landmass of Australia. Now, don't tell me that we're that we're down under, mate.
No, Mr. Walsh. You're currently in your cell on the moon.
Mr. Jenkins, what is the latest report on prisoner 131138?
Mr. Benjamin Walsh is acclimating to his environment, but still suffering from memory loss.
Keep an eye on him, especially. I'm very interested in that one.
Any particular reason?
You haven't been here very long, have you, Jenkins?
Only 3 weeks. I was transferred from U.S. police force because of my skills.
Yes, a very accomplished psychiatrist. I understand. Why did you join the force?
I wanted to make a difference.
And why did you specifically want to transfer here?
For the same reason.
Very idealistic, I would say.
Do you think that we do any good here?
That is not my job, Mr. Jenkins. I'm only the key holder.
But do you think that this is a better alternative to prison?
Oh, please don't tell me that you're one of those people who think that this is inhumane. Or do you believe in the other theory, that we should just kill everyone who breaks the law?
I'm only thinking.
Well, don't. You will last longer here if you just simply do your job. Are we clear, Mr. Jenkins?
Yes, Warden Evans. Very clear. I apologize for interrupting your dinner, Mr. Walsh.
How the devil... How did you do that?
Do what?
Popping in like that. First you're here and then you just vanish?
Sorry, that's my little secret.
Look, you said that I was on the moon. How is that possible?
You remember when the United States started up its moon mission project again?
Oh, sure. Just sent an unmanned rocket to some place that we had supposedly already been to. Yeah, I remember.
After that, not much more was publicized. Did you ever wonder why?
The same reason that the Apollo missions stopped. People got bored with it.
Yes, well, they used that reason. But the current space program is very much alive, only with a different objective.
And what is that?
To build an inescapable prison.
According to a survey of prisons, 25% of the world's total prison population is in the United States. As of 2019, there were 2.19 million prisoners, and the numbers continue to grow. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan. And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
How did I escape? With difficulty. How did I plan this moment? With pleasure. A passage from the Count of Monte Cristo by Dumas. And I beg the question, could any prison be called inescapable?
Are you serious, Jenkins? The moon? How is that even possible?
What you are in is a sort of bubble. It's about 4 stories high. Everything that you see here, the trees, the ground, the sun, the stars at night, all of it, is only an illusion.
And what about that bird? Are you telling me...
Simply a sound effect. I mean, you have been outside the shack, haven't you? Did you see any birds in the sky? Or squirrels? Or any sort of insect?
Well, now that you mention it, no. No, I didn't.
There are thousands of bubbles, just like yours, connected underground by rail system. That's how you get your food every week.
But you've been the only other human being that I've seen.
They put something in the air that makes you sleep deeper. That's when they deliver everything.
What if I were to get sick?
You have a monitor, 24 hours every day. I just happen to be yours.
I find this whole idea just incredible. I mean, the people don't even know about it?
Did you ever stop and think about the people in prison when you were free?
No, I suppose I didn't. Like everyone else, I was grateful that the criminals were safely locked away.
Exactly. But the prisons were getting more and more overcrowded. Short of execution, something had to be done.
But that doesn't explain why I am here.
Look, I'm not supposed to even be talking to you. I could be arrested. But after that first day when we talked, I decided to look at your file.
Great! Then you know what I was charged with.
Mr. Walsh, there is no file on you.
And how is prisoner 131138 doing?
He spends most of his time watching television. He does a lot of walking around the wooden area. He exercises a lot.
Very good. I just found out that we will be needing him very soon.
But I thought...
There you go, thinking again. I told you how dangerous that could be.
Yes, Warden. I understand.
You could go far with this project, Mr. Jenkins. Just keep doing your job.
Mr. Walsh, come on, wake up.
What? What's going on?
Something is very wrong, Ben.
Oh, you're damn right. I'm not supposed to be here.
Which is why I'm going to try and help you. I'm not sure how, but I can try.
We are on the moon, Jenkins. How the hell are we supposed to get back to Earth?
We're working on it. Right now, you need to be ready to go.
What's the hurry? It's not like the Earth is going anywhere.
No, but you might be. It's a lot worse than where you are right now.
I can only think of one thing worse than prison, and that would be death. For some people, the cold grave is more appealing than a life behind bars, or in this case, on the moon. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Abraham Lincoln once said, "I have always found that mercy bears richer fruits than strict justice."
What did you find out?
I only started with the project a few weeks ago. I didn't know what they were really doing.
Who are you talking about?
You said yourself. How could something like this be funded without the people knowing about it? Simple. The billionaires, the 1%, the elite of the world are funding this place. You're not the only innocent here.
How many are here, Jenkins?
Thousands. Maybe millions. I'm only in charge of a few dozen. I'm supposed to be preparing you.
Preparing me for what?
I'll tell you everything as soon as we are safe.
Oh, that hurt. Ugh.
Come on, damn it!
Ow! Will you quit doing that?
We don't have much time. Wake up!
What the hell?
Can you move?
Barely. What's going on?
Come on, Jenkins. We got to get you dressed and out of here. I've set up a safe house until...
Bodies. Nothing but bodies as far as I can see. Where are we?
Warehouse 5. Some of us call it Slaughterhouse 5. It's an underground bunker.
Jenkins, what is going on?
They are all prisoners. You have been in a drug-induced coma. We found a way to feed your mind to make it seem like you were somewhere else. Your mind was all real. In actuality, you have been here, waiting.
Waiting? For what?
The auction. You and all your organs are priceless. I was told to prepare you for the highest bidder. Now come on, we have to go!
Why are you helping me?
Because my own brother was put into this situation. I couldn't help him. But maybe I could get you out and tell people what's going on. Now move!
And just where are you going?
Warden Evans, I thought you went home.
Of course you did. It is in your memory program.
Jenkins, what's going on?
Mr. Walsh. So glad that you are awake. Any ill effects?
Nothing that a good meal won't cure.
What's going on?
Oh, Mr. Jenkins. You tried so hard. Your good intentions, however, will be the end of you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We knew that there was someone here who was trying to sabotage the entire project, but had no idea who that person was. So, we set up a little trap.
Unfortunately, I was the bait.
And what a handsome bait you were.
You won't get away with this. People will find out.
Oh, Mr. Jenkins, think about it. Will they care? Do they care what happens to prisoners? No, they simply want them out of the way, never to be heard from again. And of course, there are always our sponsors who need organs. I mean, products to continue their decadent lifestyle.
Good night, Mr. Jenkins, and goodbye.
Next on the auction block, number 131138, male, 33, perfectly healthy. All organs intact. Tested for all diseases. Unit will be auctioned as a whole. The bidding will start now at 500 million. Do I have a first bid?
As the bidding continues to grow, Warden Evans looks over the warehouse of comatose prisoners and smiles. She thinks to herself that this will be the best auction yet. I'll return shortly with a final word. Our story tonight offers no moral judgment on anyone. We simply give you a play to listen to. If for some reason it brings about a dialogue between you, your friends, or even strangers, then we have received a bonus. And you can be sure that we will be here next time, firing up the neurons to your imagination. Our cast included Raven Adams, Peter Luckmeyer, and Gemma Mitchell. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
No. She cannot come to the phone right now. She's very busy. No, I don't know when she'll be available. She will never be available.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully Epilogue. The butler did it. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Permit me now to introduce you to Daniel Kramer, a successful program director at a small but lucrative radio network. He is currently sitting in his living room, drinking a glass of wine, relaxing in front of a fire on a cold winter's evening, and looking at the body of his wife, who he has just murdered.
See? See? And you said that I could never follow through on anything. Now look at you. Little Mozart to soothe the savage beast. Too bad you couldn't be soothed. Now that you are dead, the question is what to do with your body. Now, we don't want to rush into anything. I've been in radio long enough to hear the news reports of shallow graves and crawl spaces. So let's talk it over and actually plan something. You know, if you had just gone to your meeting and quit badgering me, this might not have happened. I really wanted you to stay tonight.
I don't know how many times that I've told you. I have a meeting tonight.
Oh, right. Well, what is it this time? Book club? UFOs? Ghost hunters? The PTA? We don't even have any children.
All of those do great work. I'm just happy to be a part of each and every one.
Can't you just cancel one night to stay here?
What is so important about tonight that just cannot wait?
I just thought that perhaps we could spend one night together. I could open a bottle of wine, turn the radio on.
I knew it! You and that broken down radio station. Big program director. Big shot in the industry.
It isn't what you think. There's just something very special about tonight, and I just thought...
That's your problem. You think. You haven't had a good idea since our wedding night, and that was even laughable.
Please don't say that.
Name one thing, just one thing that you have actually followed through on.
Well, I married you, didn't I?
Ooh, and I've been regretting it ever since.
Bet you're regretting it more now. Huh? Hello? Yes, Maggie, how are you? Oh, I'm afraid that Kim can't come to the phone right now. No, she's resting. Well, she had a bit of a sore throat. Oh, no, I'm sure she'll be fine. Oh, yes, I'll have her call you. Goodbye. Resting? Sore throat? Oh, I am a little morbid this evening. However, I have to do something with you, don't I? And I have to come up with an excuse for your sudden absence. I don't even remember why I wanted you to cancel your meeting tonight to stay here. Well, doesn't matter. And let's see what's on the radio.
This is a special bulletin from the KAB newsroom. At 9 this evening, William Gacy, also known as the Butcher of Grant Park, escaped the maximum security wing of the state sanitarium. Gacy was sentenced to life without parole in the sanitarium after being convicted of a brutal murder.
Well, now, isn't that a bit of interesting news? You found her. Where, officer? Oh, if only she had stayed home tonight. I think I have an idea.
Now, I'm not going to argue with you anymore. I'm going out to my meeting, and I don't know when I'll be home.
Meetings every single night.
Well, I'm very busy. Besides, you're not doing anything important to make me stay.
Well, now, how do you know?
Because you never do anything important. You only program a radio station?
Look, now, there's a lot more to it than that.
Uh-huh. You just sit around listening to songs that you might put on a playlist.
No, Kim, look, this is something, well, it's something that I'm very proud of, and I want you to hear it.
I don't have the time. Besides, what could you possibly be proud of?
Kim, I have just about had enough of your snide remarks and the way that you treat me.
The way I treat you? Please, you are the most inept husband that anyone could marry. You never follow through on anything.
Oh, yeah, like what?
You promised to take me to Europe, for one thing. Have we gone? No. And what about that weekend getaway to the Hamptons?
You know why we couldn't go.
Oh, yes. Work. It's always work for you. Some excuse.
Kim, please, just stay this one night.
Oh, so that I can watch you drink and fall asleep again?
Oh, you're never going to let me live that down, are you?
Why should I? It was our wedding night.
Kim? Why don't you just shut up?
What are you gonna do? Kill me? You'd probably screw that up too.
What an excellent idea. My hands around your throat, the surprised look in your eyes, your tongue swelling out, and you trying to catch a quick breath, and then the life leaving you. I certainly followed through on that, didn't I?
The act of murder can be planned, accidental, or in this case, spur of the moment. Whatever the cause, there is always the aftermath of the crime that plagues the killer. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Daniel has murdered his wife, Kim, in a crime of passion. He now sits, looking at the body lying on the floor, wondering what to do next.
Very nice wine. I must remember to get another bottle. Now, Kim, what are we going to do with you? I suppose that I could dig a hole somewhere around the house and bury you. It would have to be deep, and to be honest, I really do not relish the thought of your decaying corpse so near the house. Now, we must plan this very carefully. Oh. Hello? I'm afraid that she is out at the moment. No, I don't know when she will return. Ah, yes, Liza, how are you? Well, I believe that she went over to Carol's house. Yes, I think that Carol wasn't feeling well, and, well, Kim went to see what she could do. No, I don't think that it is a good idea to call Carol. I'm sure that Kim is taking care of her. Well, no, I don't know what the exact problem is. All right. I'll let her know that you called. Good night. We have to come up with something. I just wish that I could remember why I wanted you to stay tonight. I mean, it's driving me up the wall.
Daniel, we really have to talk about this thing.
I'm telling you, Ben, this will be really special. Look, if we use our own newsmen to give it that authenticity...
It's not that, Dan. I'm worried about the same thing happening here that happened over...
Oh, come on, Ben. People aren't like that anymore.
Look, I know you wrote it, but I'm just not sure that it'll play. Do you understand?
So, in other words, you're not going to do it.
I tell you what. You produce it, talk to the news department, so if they will go along with it, I'll take a listen, and we can go from there.
Oh man, thank you, Ben. I can't tell you how much this means to me.
Say, how is Kim? I haven't seen her since the Christmas party.
She's doing.
You're a lucky man to have her, Dan.
Yes, so lucky. Ben just doesn't know how lucky I really am. Gosh, I need to clear my head.
The body was found near Baker Street in a back alley. Repeating our news break, escaped killer Gacy has been seen in the vicinity of Broad Creek Estates. If you see this man, take no action. Call the police immediately. He is considered dangerous.
Broad Creek Estates. That's only a half a mile from here. I wonder. Well, Kim, perhaps I could cut up your corpse and burn the pieces in the fireplace. Well, what do you think? No, you're right. The smell would be horrendous. I don't understand why this should be so hard. Now, let me see. This escaped killer, Gacy. And now, wait a minute. Why couldn't you be a victim? Yes, it's perfect. I simply have to break open the kitchen door and then call the police. What could be easier? Now, who could that be?
Oh, Mr. Moore, I'm so glad that you're home.
Oh, hello, Miss Stewart. How are you doing?
Oh, honestly, not too well. I was wondering if I could have a moment with your wife.
Oh, I'm sure that she would love to see you, but unfortunately, well, she's not here right now.
Really? But her car is still here.
Oh, well, yes it is. Her friend came by earlier and picked her up.
Funny. I don't remember seeing anyone stopping by.
Miss Stewart, do you make it a habit to watch our home?
Oh, no, Mr. Moore. I just happened to be working on my flower bed. and just don't remember seeing anyone.
She was picked up some time ago, Miss Stewart. Now, I will let her know that you stopped by.
Couldn't I just come in for a minute? Perhaps you could help.
I'm sorry, Miss Stewart, but I happen to be extremely busy at the moment. Maybe some other time.
Oh well, if you ever need anything.
Thank you, Miss Stewart. Busybody. Your friend, Janet Stewart, stopped by. I really don't know why you insisted that we become friends with that nosy neighbor. She's always looking over here. I bet she even has a notebook that lists when we go out and come in. I wonder if there are any other news reports.
Found horribly butchered. Police say that there was only one survivor of the attack who is recovering at Mercy General and is being guarded. Repeating our story, the escaped killer, William Gacy, broke into a house on Ross Street and killed 4 residents. The only survivor of the attack is being guarded at the hospital.
Butchered? Well, that puts an entirely different spin on things. Right, Kim? I mean, if my story to the police is that this killer broke into our home and killed you, well, it can't be from strangulation. Oh, well. I suppose it's time to get a little dirty.
Planning a crime, especially murder, can be tedious. You have to have the ability to look at all the possibilities of things that could go terribly wrong. You look with me into Act 3 shortly. Daniel is facing a rather difficult problem. He has come up with a plan to make the murder of his wife appear to be the crime of an escaped lunatic.
I suppose any old butcher knife will do the trick. Look at you. Oh, Kim. Even in death, you look beautiful. I so wish your heart had been just as gorgeous.
Why do you insist on dressing like that? Your taste in music is horrid. Must you order the cheapest wine? Really, Daniel? Do you think that growing a beard makes you more of a man?
Dirty little... There. I think that should do it. Now, should I stab myself to make it more authentic? No, I don't think so. Hey, maybe I drove to the store for something. Oh, officer, I never should have gone. We heard the reports, but she insisted that she needed... Oh, yes. That should do it. So, Kim, do you think I don't know how to follow through now? Ben, what are you doing here?
I just came by to congratulate you. What did Kim think?
Congratulate me?
Of course. Show was a smash. We're still getting phone calls. That ending, where the killer breaks into the studio and kills the newscaster, really went over big.
Ben, what are you talking about?
Now, don't be so coy. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You're the one who wrote it, remember?
Ben, look, I'm really busy right now, and...
Hey, is that blood on your hand? What's going on?
Ben, I don't have time.
Let me come in for a minute.
No!
Oh, come on. At least a celebratory drink is in order.
Ben, please. I need...
Kim! Oh, my God. Daniel, what happened?
I went to the store, to pick something up that Kim wanted. When I came back, I found her there on the floor, covered in blood. The kitchen door had been smashed open. I think... Oh, God. I think she's dead.
Yeah, she's dead, all right.
I've been listening to the news reports about William Gacy. I think he's somewhere in the neighborhood.
Did you say William Gacy?
Yes, William Gacy. I think he may have broken in and killed her.
Daniel, what really happened?
What? I just told you. Well, use your eyes, man. That maniac Gacy must have broken in and killed her.
It's almost over.
Oh, what's almost over?
The broadcast. The special broadcast that you wrote.
And we had so much fun doing this. But let me introduce the writer and producer of this play, Daniel Moore.
Ladies and gentlemen, I had an idea for a different kind of radio program on this cold winter's evening. While the War of the Worlds has been done several times, we simply took that particular style of storytelling and created a play about an escaped lunatic. I'm pleased to let you know that no such person as William Gacy exists. At least, I hope not. So, sleep peacefully tonight.
Don't you remember? You wanted to do something like the old broadcast. You said that you wanted to spend the evening with Kim and make her think it was real, remember?
Oh, yes. Yes, now I remember. I remember now. That's why I wanted her to stay home.
Yes, Daniel. Don't you remember? I swear. You're completely worthless.
See? Didn't you hear her? Look at the smile on her face. She's laughing. Laughing at me. At me.
Daniel watches as Ben picks up the phone to call the police. Through his laughter, he looks over at the body of his wife and swears that she is smiling. I'll be back with a final word shortly. Daniel was convicted of the murder of his wife, but he did not go to prison. He is currently a patient at the county mental ward. Sort of ironic, don't you think? Our cast included Winslow Swan, Dave Arkhipov, Crimson McKenzie, Gemma Mitchell, and Jonathan Rossignol. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the music was produced by Kevin MacLeod. The production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
It was just a mistake. A bloody mistake.
You can't honestly stand there and tell me that you're the cause of Mr. Hoskins' death.
No, Not directly.
You just made a mistake. You stuck the wrong color pin into the map.
And Mr. Hoskins died.
It's only a coincidence.
Is it? I mean, what if by some strange power I killed Mr. Hoskins?
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. We all have some sort of occupation in this life. Me, I am an actor who dons a different personality with each character. Some are doctors, lawyers, or work with the public. However, there are those who have what many would call a morbid profession.
Mr. Parker?
You must be Mr. Cullen.
Yes, sir. That I am. So happy to finally meet you.
They told me that you were going to show me to my, office.
Oh, yes, sir. Just up this way.
So you're the caretaker here?
Yes, sir. Been making sure our guests have a beautiful place to rest in for almost 30 years now.
Long time. What does your family think about it?
Oh, sir, I don't really have a family. My wife passed away 5 years ago. We never had any children, so it's only me.
Well, you could always meet someone else.
There was never a better woman than my Polly.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry.
No apology necessary, sir. Well, here we are.
Larger than I imagined.
Now, over there is your desk. You'll find the schedule of upcoming funerals for this week. Filing cabinet over there, and then, of course, there is the map.
Map?
Yes, the map. It shows all of the plots in the cemetery.
What are these pins for?
Well, sir, the white ones designate empty and unsold plots. The black ones mean that a guest is currently occupying that one.
Guests?
Oh, yes, sir. I call our residents guests. Eventually, depending on your religious beliefs, we may just come back someday.
I see. What about these green pins?
Oh, those tell us which plots have been sold in advance. You'll find the owner's information in the filing cabinet.
It's not all on a computer?
Well, our previous manager was beginning to do just that, but I suppose you know what happened to Mr. Evans.
No, I haven't heard.
Oh, well, he was the last cemetery manager. He lost his wife and son in a car accident last year, and he sort of, well, I guess you'd say, lost it.
What did he do?
Now, I don't like to speak ill of the dead, but he was getting more melancholy lately. He even started living here.
Here? At the cemetery?
Yes, sir. Through that door was a storeroom. He put in a bed, a hot plate, small TV, and started staying in there. You're more than welcome to it. He had no other family, and I didn't get around to getting rid of this stuff.
Oh, I think I'll be quite happy living with my wife in our apartment.
Yes, sir. Well, if you need anything else.
What happened to Mr. Evans?
Oh, that. Well, he committed suicide. I found him that morning, hung himself, right there in that beam.
Sorry I asked. Did he leave a note or something?
Well, yes, there was a note, but I hesitate to tell you what it said.
Come on, how bad could it be?
Oh, not bad, sir, just curious. It only had one line that he'd written.
Which was?
I bury the living.
You're home late. I left dinner in the oven for you.
I'm not feeling very hungry.
Hard first day?
Not so much hard, just tedious.
How much do you have to do at that job?
Miriam, you know it was the only job I could get. After what happened in New York.
Which wasn't your fault, and you know that. Besides, you will get your law license back eventually. Daddy assured me.
I know. I made a stupid mistake. Now I'm a secretary for a graveyard.
Cemetery, dear. And one of the largest in the state. So, what do you do there?
Stick pins in a map.
Sounds very taxing, love.
Oh, ha ha. Seriously, that is my job. I see what graves have been filled and replace a white or green pin with a black one.
David, are you kidding? And that took you this long?
Apparently the previous manager fell behind before he committed suicide.
Now, that's a little raw.
Seriously. Poor fellow just couldn't take the job anymore, I guess.
Well, don't worry, my love. I'm sure that Daddy will have the whole mess straightened out, and we can move back to New York.
One can only hope. I hate these little towns. Hello?
Mr. Parker? It's Cullen.
Yes, Mr. Cullen. What can I do for you?
Well, sir, it's kind of strange. It's about the map.
What about the map?
I know that you were trying to catch up on the pins, but I think you made a mistake. You took out a green pin and put in a black one.
So what? Just change it out.
Well, sir, you see, that's the strange part. See, the pin was on a Mr. Ralph Buckley. He paid for the plot about a year ago.
And this couldn't wait till tomorrow?
He's dead, sir. Just got the call from the morgue.
What? What happened to him?
All I know is that he's dead. He'll be arriving tomorrow afternoon. Just seemed kind of funny, you know, to put that black pin in his plot. And then he died.
Coincidence? Probably. Or could it be something more sinister? After all, we deal in the more frightening aspects of life and death. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Euripides once said, "No one can confidently say they will be alive tomorrow."
David, I don't know why you insisted on coming to the funeral.
I'm hoping to find out how the man died.
People die. That's it.
He was in the peak of health, Miriam. There was no reason for him to die.
Why does there have to be a reason? Oh, oh, now wait a minute. You are not going to say that just because you put the wrong colored pin on his burial plot? But that is ludicrous.
Whether it's ludicrous or not, you have to admit that it is a rather funny coincidence.
Yes, and that's all that it is. A coincidence.
You're right. I'm sorry that I dragged you out here. Why don't you just go on home and I'll see you tonight, okay?
Honey, it's going to be all right. Just don't think about it. I'll see you tonight.
Working kind of late, aren't you, Mr. Parker?
Not really working, I guess. Just studying the map.
Well, if you're worried about sticking the wrong pin into...
No, it's not that. Just a mistake at the wrong time.
You know, that's what Mr. Evans said when it happened to him.
You mean he did the same thing?
Yes, sir. He sure did. Got the idea that he was a god or something.
You mean it happened more than once?
Not too sure about that. All I know is what he told me, and then there was that note he left.
I bury the living. All right. There's one sure way to find out.
What are you looking for?
Okay, let's see. Yep, right here. Plot number 487. Mr. Harold Crossman.
What are you about to do, Mr. Parker?
And there we go.
But you just put a black pin in his plot. Why would you...
I happen to know Harry. He was on the board of directors that put me in this position. He's as healthy as a horse.
Oh, David, I was worried. Where have you been?
I've been driving around.
But it's after midnight.
I'm sorry, Miriam. I really am. Harold Crossman is dead.
Who is Harold Crossman?
You remember. The one who hired me for this job.
What do you mean he's dead?
I just wanted to be sure.
Oh, David, darling, what is going on?
I took out a green pin on Harry's plot and put in a black one. And now he's dead.
Just another coincidence. That's all.
2 within 2 days? I don't think so.
David, you're in a state.
You don't know the half of it.
You mean there is more?
Mr. Cullen told me that as part of my job, both you and I have plots in the cemetery.
Now, that's just morbid.
Miriam, I put a black pin in my plot.
Good morning, Mr. Parker.
Good morning, Mr. Cullen. And how are you on this wonderful day?
You're in a cheery mood, considering.
Well, yes, I am. It's a beautiful day. Great to be alive.
Wait a minute. You don't know, do you?
Know what?
Where's your wife, Mr. Parker?
She went up to see her sister in Scarsdale last night. Why do you ask?
I just got a phone call. Mrs. Parker was killed in an auto accident late last night.
What? That's impossible. I mean, the highway patrol would have called me.
They tried, but they said there was no answer at your house, and you weren't home.
Oh, my God. The map.
That's what I've been trying to tell you. You put a black pin in Mrs. Parker's plot last night, not yours.
No, that's impossible.
Exactly where were you last night, Mr. Parker?
Why is that any of your business?
You sure you didn't maybe follow your wife and then kill her?
A rather interesting supposition on the part of Mr. Cullen. Could David had murdered his wife? And for what reason? Or is something more sinister going on? Perhaps we shall learn the answer when I return with Act 3. Francis Bacon once said, "Men fear death as children fear the dark, and as that natural fear in children is increased by tales, so is the other."
Nice music, Mr. Parker.
It was Miriam's favorite. Brahms, I think.
Mr. Parker, I want to apologize for what I said yesterday.
It's okay. Forget it. I shouldn't have been so short with you.
None of my business, Mr. Parker.
I spent the night with a friend of mine who was passing through, that's all.
Like I said, none of my business. And I'm truly sorry about your wife.
That damn map.
Now, come on, Mr. Parker. You don't really believe.
Wait a minute. No. It's too crazy.
What are you talking about?
Listen, let us assume for the moment that by replacing a green or white pin with a black one will kill that person.
Mr. Parker, I don't think...
So, what would happen if I took a white pin like this and replaced the black one?
But that's your wife's plot, sir.
Exactly. So now, let's see what happens.
What are we doing out here in the cemetery at night?
I want an independent witness.
You don't really think that your wife is going to come back to you?
That map, that cursed map, it kills people, so why shouldn't it bring Miriam back?
Mr. Parker, I don't like this. I think we should get out of here.
Listen, did you hear that?
I only hear the wind, Mr. Parker.
Over here.
Who are you talking to?
Don't you hear her? She's coming.
Mr. Parker, your wife was killed in an auto accident. I talked with the sheriff. Mr. Parker, she was burned to death.
Don't you hear her? She's coming. I'm over here, by the shack.
Oh, God, what is that? Coming out of the darkness.
Miriam, I'm over here. Miriam!
Mr. Parker, she was burned beyond recognition. I gotta stop this.
Cullen! Cullen! Where are you going?
I'm going back. Put that black pin back where it belongs.
No! Don't do it! Your face! Flesh!
It's all right now, Mr. Parker. I put the black pin back. Everything's all right now.
David Parker falls to the ground in tears as the image of his dead wife takes hold in his mind. I'll be back with a final word shortly. I sum up our little drama with the words of Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. It is not the end of the physical body that should worry us. Our concern must be to live while we are alive, to release our inner selves from the spiritual death that comes with living behind a facade designed to conform to external definitions of who and what we are. Our cast included Jonathan Rossignol, Gemma Mitchell, and Dave Arkhipov. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
It is complete chaos here, Alan. A few moments ago, police entered the hospital on reports that patients were attacking. I can see several people running out of the hospital. Oh my God. One man fell and and several patients have ripped him apart. They are eating his flesh. I'm getting out of here.
Judy, are you okay?
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to Nightmare.
Minutes past the hour on your number one radio station morning show. This is Skinny Bobby Wilson, and we have a beautiful day today. Highs in the 70s, low tonight in the 60s with clear skies for that full moon tonight. If you were not lucky enough to get the tickets to see the moon in the Skyline Bar, I've got you covered. We are giving away 10 pairs this morning, so keep listening.
So unfair the way I feel about you as you're walking out the door. Watch your body as it moves away, and my heart is lying on the floor.
This is Alan Pruitt in the KRB newsroom with a special report. Approximately 5 minutes ago, a tanker truck overturned on I-75, blocking all lanes on the northbound side. Police and fire personnel have been dispatched. Let's go to Captain Mike Embry in the KRB traffic chopper. Mike?
Yeah, this is going to cause absolute havoc with the morning commute. Traffic is already backing up to the interchange. I'm just above the accident scene, and wait a second. I'm looking at the tanker, and it appears to say hazardous chemicals. This creates a whole new complication. Police are arriving now, and both sides of the highway have been cordoned off. Your best bet is to take the Lawrenceville Highway to the 120 loop. This is going to be a mess. Captain Mike Embry in the KRB traffic chopper.
We have just had a report that the hazmat unit has been dispatched to the scene. Stay tuned to KRB for more updates.
Skinny Bobby Wilson on the KRB Morning Zoo Review, and wow, what a morning! This has got to be the biggest traffic jam that I've seen, and well, it's been a long time. But hey, if you're the one of those unlucky ones who are stuck in that mess, I've got all the hits stacked up and waiting.
This is Alan Pruitt in the KRB newsroom with more breaking news. We have confirmed that the tanker truck that overturned on I-75 this morning was indeed hauling hazardous waste material. By law, such material is not supposed to be transported through a major city. Let's go back to Captain Mike Embry in the traffic chopper. Mike?
Yeah, Alan, this is going to be a long day for the cleanup crews. I can see people getting out of their cars, and police are trying to make a lane for emergency vehicles. If you are heading into the downtown area, we have been informed by police to stay away from the downtown connector. Captain Mike Embry, the KRB traffic chopper. Back to you, Alan.
Thank you, Mike. According to our sources, the tanker truck was owned by Cross Country Van Lines. Exactly what the chemical was is still unknown. Stay tuned to KRB for more information. Now back to the Morning Zoo Review with Skinny Bobby Wilson.
Po' Boys and their latest hit on the Morning Zoo Review. Skinny Bobby Wilson with you. And really, I mean, why am I not surprised that hazardous materials are being driven right through downtown? Doesn't surprise me in the least bit, but then you know what's going on, because you, my friends, are probably stuck in it. So here is one from Smash Time on KRB Morning Zoo Review.
This is Alan Pruitt in the KRB newsroom with breaking news. Let's go to Captain Embry in the KRB traffic chopper.
Alan, we are directly over the crash site. My pilot, Danny Carter, is doing a great job. I can see hazmat personnel surrounding the trailer. The fire department is getting ready to douse the entire scene with foam in case... Wait a second. I see sparks coming off the truck. Emergency personnel do not seem overly concerned at the moment. Hold on. Danny, get us out of here!
We're not sure what happened to our signal in the KRB traffic copter. We're currently trying to... Okay. I've just been informed that Captain Embry is back.
There was an explosion at the crash site. A huge pillar of black smoke came rushing at us. Dave's having problems controlling the chopper. He's going to try an emergency landing at the hospital. I'll try to give you an update.
Yes, Mike. Get checked out as soon as you can. As for the driver of the truck, apparently he walked away from the accident. His name has not been released, and from what we understand, he has not been found. KRB News will be keeping up with this breaking story all morning long. Now back to the Morning Zoo Review with Skinny Bobby Wilson.
Whilst the others are talking, we're already playing out the hits.
You ready?
Let's go!
I've just been looking out the window, and you can see this huge black cloud rising up and beginning to drift towards the south side of the city. Now, no one has officially said anything, but if it were me, and this is just my opinion, if you are outside, it might be a good idea to get indoors. If you're in your car, make sure you keep your windows closed.
Sorry to break in again, but we have our reporter, Judy Kaufman, live on the scene. Judy, what can you tell us?
Thanks, Alan. We are about 5 blocks away from the scene. Traffic is at a complete standstill. I can see this massive black cloud billowing up into the sky. I was able to talk with one of those firefighters who was close to the explosion. He managed to get far enough away, but he told me that first wave of the cloud hit him full force. He began complaining of itchy skin and a racking cough. He is on his way to the hospital now. The truck, it's still burning, and there is more and more smoke rising up above the city.
Judy, has there been any more word about the driver of the truck?
Not yet, Alan. Police are checking local emergency rooms and doctors' offices to see if they have had anyone come in with possible injuries. So far, his identity and whereabouts are unknown.
What are the police telling people to do now?
According to eyewitnesses, when the truck exploded, many people left their cars and began running up the highway. Police are asking people to please stay in their vehicles and make sure that the windows are shut.
Any idea what chemical was being transported?
I'm still waiting for word from the transport company. This is Judy Kaufman, KRB News.
Thank you, Judy. We have yet another breaking story just coming into the newsroom. Police are dealing with multiple suspects in the downtown area who are committing murder, seemingly without cause. So far, 20 victims have been identified, but no suspects are in custody. I'm getting word that Captain Embry is now at Mercy Hospital, about a mile from the accident scene. Mike, what's the news?
Well, Alan, Dave and I have both been checked out. We took a huge amount of smoke when the explosion happened. We were directly above the accident scene.
You just take care of yourselves. I understand that Skinny Bobby Wilson has been getting a lot of phone calls about the situation. Bobby, what are you hearing from callers?
Alan, it's very strange. Naturally, most people are calling in to find out where they need to drive to get around this mess. but I've had some rather bizarre calls.
In what way?
I just got off the phone with a woman who said that she saw her husband. Now, that doesn't seem so strange until you take in the fact that her husband died just this morning in Mercy Hospital.
Do you think this just might be a form of hysteria or folie à deux?
No, Alan, I don't think so. I've been getting several other calls about what I can only describe as insane people who are attacking whoever they can get to.
Yes, Bobby, we had a report on that a little while ago. I hate to interrupt, but we are going back to Judy Kaufman, who has more information about the driver of the truck. Judy?
Thank you, Alan. We just found out from city police that the driver of the overturned truck has been found dead, about 2 miles away from the accident. George Matthews was an independent contractor who was hauling a hazardous material throughout the downtown area. Cause of death, according to first reports, is suicide. Mr. Matthews was found with a gun in his hand and a fatal bullet wound in his temple. I'll be following this story closely as we get more information. Judy Kaufman, KRB News.
We are going back to Captain Embry at Mercy Hospital. Mike, what can you tell us?
This is one of the weirdest stories that I've ever covered. I've spoken to doctors and nurses here who are telling me that several bodies from the morgue are missing. Also, several personnel from the hospital have been attacked in the hallways. The suspects have been described as, quote, "It appears that they're on some kind of drug," end quote. Wait a minute. Something's going on at the far end of the hallway where I'm at.
Mike, are you in any danger?
No, I don't think so.
What are you seeing?
It appears that there are several patients slowly walking this way. They seem to be almost sleepwalking. A couple of the nurses and interns are going to see if they can be of any help. Holy The nurses and doctors are being attacked by the patients. Oh my God! The patients are biting them, tearing the flesh off, and eating them. People are starting to run away, but these cannibals are chasing them.
Mike, get out of there.
No! Get away from... No! Stop! No.
We seem to have lost contact with Captain Emery at Mercy Hospital. We'll try to find out what happened as soon as we can. In the meantime, I've been handed a statement from the Department of Transportation that assures us, and I'm quoting, "No hazardous material was present in samples taken before the explosion. The black cloud should dissipate within a few hours," end quote. We are getting more and more reports of people randomly killing. Just a moment. We are in contact with Judy Kaufman, who is outside the hospital. Judy, what can you tell us?
It is complete chaos here, Alan. A few moments ago, police entered the hospital on reports that patients were attacking. I can see several people running out of the hospital. Oh my God. One man fell and several patients have ripped him apart. They are eating his flesh. I'm getting out of here.
Judy, are you okay?
I'm good. One of those things was coming at me when a police officer shot it directly in the head.
Judy, are you safe now?
Yes, I think so. I was able to talk to one of the officers that made it out of the hospital. He said that the killers are zombies.
Judy, I'm not sure that I heard...
Zombies! The dead coming back to life, feeding on the living.
Judy, are you there?
Alan, I'm down in the lobby where several people have told me they were attacked by these things. Some of them were bitten and are requiring medical attention. Did I hear Judy correctly? Did she really say zombies?
Yes, Bobby, you did. I've been handed a report from the city police department saying that everyone should seek shelter immediately and stay off the streets.
Alan, Some of the injured are getting up. They're moving towards me. No! Get away! Ah!
Bobby? Bobby! Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on? Reports are coming in from the other countries where this black cloud has passed. They're reporting that the recently deceased are coming back to life as, well, zombies. They're reporting that if you have a gun to shoot the zombies in the head, it is the only way to stop them.
Alan, can you hear me?
Judy, oh thank heavens. Yes, we can hear you. Where are you?
I made it up to the 13th Street Bridge where a command center has been set up, as well as an evacuation point. If you are still in the city, the National Guard is on the way and will be escorting survivors out of the city.
Judy, are they saying what could have caused this?
No one is talking right now. I'm heading west. Alan, you should try to get out of the building as soon as you can.
Well, I don't think that it will be possible.
Alan, what's going on?
I'm looking down the street. The building is surrounded by these things. Our sound engineer has blocked the door as best as he could, but...
Alan, get out of there!
I can see through the broadcast booth window several of these things breaking down the door.
Alan, for God's sake, run!
See, they're coming up towards the door.
Alan! Alan, are you there?
Our mystery drama, Incident on I-75, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Featured in the cast tonight, Mick Davis, Jonathan Rosignol, Dave Arkhipov, and Crimson McKenzie. Music was provided by Kevin MacLeod and Triple X 2000. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I'm sure that you will find everything to your liking, Excellency.
I will be the judge of that. I'm sure that I will find it most amusing.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Why is it so far out in the country? I detest the country.
We had to build it far enough away from the known targets.
And you guarantee its safety?
It will be the only safe place in the country, Your Excellency.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Our story tonight takes place in, well, let's just call it a country. Not any particular country, but a sovereign nation nevertheless. It is, should I say, ruled by a rather not so pleasant dictator.
How much farther?
We should be arriving in about 10 minutes, Your Excellency.
Oh, you stupid driver! Didn't you see that hole? I should have had you shot! It would be most amusing.
Oh, it's not much further, Your Excellency.
Why must it be so far away from the palace? Couldn't you have built it in the city?
We wanted to maximize your protection, Your Excellency. This location is not only the safest, but the most secure that we could find.
I abhor the country. The people that live here are so inferior. But I suppose they do provide a necessary working class. Pity that I could not outlaw poverty. It would be most amusing.
Yes, Your Excellency.
And you, Faisal, you were a part of that working class, were you not?
My parents lived in the country, and that was where I grew up.
And yet you rose above all of that and became quite an architect. I have high hopes for this place that you have designed.
I'm sure that it will live up to your expectations, Your Excellency.
Driver! Are we almost there?
Oh, it is just up ahead, Your Excellency. Look, right there. You can see the guardhouse just ahead.
Shabby little building, don't you think?
Well, it is only temporary, Your Excellency.
Such a desolate location. No trees, an empty meadow, and only one road?
Well, it was to maximize your...
Yes, I know. Now, where is this place? I see no entrance.
It is just past the guard station, Your Excellency. The entrance is hidden under the sod. Guard, open the entrance.
Impressive, Faisal. I may have underestimated you. Where to?
Oh, just inside. There is an elevator that will go down to the bunker.
Well then, let's get going. How far down are we going?
The equivalent of a 20-story building, a little over 200 feet down, Your Excellency.
And that will be enough protection.
Oh, more than enough, Your Excellency. Here we are.
It seems to be smaller than I imagined.
This will serve as your living quarters as well as a command post. Over here is the radio equipment. Up on the walls are video receivers that will allow you to see what is going on.
And where are the portraits?
The portraits, Your Excellency?
Yes, my portrait. Where are they?
They have not arrived yet, Your Excellency.
I had them commissioned over 6 months ago. Stupid artists. I shall have them shot. It will be most amusing.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Not as large as I was hoping, but I suppose it will have to do. Where are the royal chambers?
There is a bedroom this way. Through that door is the bathroom, Your Excellency.
This is the bathroom?
Something wrong, Your Excellency?
I should say so. The tub is too small. The taps are not made of gold. There is no ornate mirror.
Well, certain concessions had to be made, Your Excellency. We had to account for the others that would be with you.
Others? What others?
Well, your cabinet, for one, your advisors and their families.
Let them get their own bunker. This is the presidential bunker.
I beg your forgiveness, Your Excellency. I only assumed that you would want to be in contact with your advisors in the event of a war.
Isn't that what the radio is for?
1,000 pardons, Your Excellency.
Besides, they should have the foresight to prepare their own places. What with things that are happening right now in the world?
Oh, I understand, Your Excellency.
What was that?
I'm not sure, Your Excellency.
Well, let's go topside and find out. Where is that stupid elevator?
I don't know, Your Excellency.
Well, find out before I have you shot.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Don't tell me that the radio doesn't work. What sort of bunker is this?
Wait, I'll turn on the video screen. Oh, my God.
What is that? Well, tell me, you stupid little man.
It's happened. It's really happened.
What has? What are you going on about?
I regret to inform you, Your Excellency, that the war has started. Nuclear war!
On a memorial wall at Hiroshima, Japan, someone inscribed, "Rest in peace. The mistake will not be repeated." However, the threat of nuclear annihilation has been looming over the human race ever since. I'll return shortly with Act 2. Jimmy Carter once said in a speech, "Since Hiroshima, humanity has by no means been free from armed conflict, yet at least we have avoided a world war. We continue to carry the ever-present danger of a catastrophic nuclear conflict. We must prevent such a war."
How did such a thing happen?
Look at the monitors. Everything is burning.
How? What? Who started it?
Does it matter? It's happening now.
I never gave the order to launch. That authority was mine and mine alone. I shall have whoever did this shot.
And it will be most amusing.
How dare you?
Oh, I dare. Don't you remember? You made our entire defense system automatic. If someone launched a missile at our country, the computer would take over. You took the control away from yourself.
No, this is not happening.
Oh, you poor fool. For all of your posturing and parades and speeches, you were down here, watching your country being wiped off the face of the earth.
Now you listen to me, you pathetic little man. I am the leader. I decide what happens to this country. Get me someone on that infernal radio. I want answers. Now!
I will try. 2X2L calling CQ. 2X2L calling CQ. Is there anyone on the air?
There has to be someone on the air. Get out of the way, fool. Let me have the mic.
If you look at the monitors, you will see...
Hello? Hello? This is your Supreme Commander speaking. Answer me. Do you understand? This is your Supreme Commander.
I tried to tell you...
Where are my generals? Where is my army? Hello? Hello?
It is no use, Your Excellency.
You mean... they're really isn't anyone left.
No one alive?
How long has it been? I mean, since we have been down here.
Almost 2 hours?
Don't you mean almost 2 hours, Your Excellency?
Oh, forgive me, Your Most Supreme, Honored Excellency. What exactly are you the Excellency of?
I am the sovereign ruler of...
A wasteland! Look at the monitors! There is nothing left to rule. Oh, you were so terrifying to your own people. You controlled the country. You never governed it.
Keep this talk up and I shall have you...
Shot? Why don't you do it now? I'm sure that it will be most amusing. And then what will you do? Watch as my corpse rots away while you are down here alone?
Stop it, fool! Just shut up!
You could have avoided all of this. You could have sat down and talked to the other leaders. Oh, but no. I was one of the lucky ones, the ones who were able to crawl away from the poverty that you created.
Are you finished, fool?
What are you laughing about?
Yes, and I call you fool again. Why do you think that I am in power?
Because you probably killed your way to the top, to the presidency.
Again, I say fool. I'm in power because the people wanted me there.
Well, that was no election.
No. You still don't understand. The people who have the money. The people that spend millions to put me in control so that they can keep their billions. The industry. The businesses that keep people like you in your own poverty. Look at me, fool!
What do you mean?
I'm no more intelligent than the next person. I have no special skills. I'm no braver than anyone else. No, fool. I was put into power so that the ones with the money can keep their money.
But we tried to change that. We tried.
Not hard enough. Oh, of course I saw the protests, something that we allowed for the world media. Most of those that spoke out against me were executed. You see, it's all a front. I am merely a puppet, controlled by the industry.
Please, we need help. Fire out of...
Let
please.
me at that radio.
Then...
Hello? Who is this? Answer me. I am your supreme commander.
Bombs continuing to kill everyone. No warning. War, no warning.
What about our own strike? Did we strike back?
Missiles lifted off. Early warning. No good. Check free. Oxygen almost.
Hello? Hello?
I think that he is gone, Your Excellency.
In 1962, Fidel Castro, the leader of Cuba, said during the Cuban Missile Crisis, "I propose the immediate launching of a nuclear strike on the United States. The Cuban people are prepared to sacrifice themselves for the cause of the destruction of imperialism and the victory of world revolution." You prepare for Act 3 shortly. J. William Fulbright once said, What a curious picture it is to find man, Homo sapiens, of divine origin, we are told, seriously considering going underground to escape the consequences of his own folly.
How long have we been here?
6 hours now.
I'm getting hungry. Bring me some food.
There is no food.
What sort of bunker is this?
An incomplete one.
But how are we supposed to survive?
We don't. I told you that the bunker was completed. I didn't tell you that it was completely ready. I think that we have just enough oxygen to last another hour or so. Nothing was brought here. No food, no filtration system installed. This will become our tomb.
I wonder if we won.
Won? You wonder if we won? Won what? Oh, yes, Your Most Infernal Excellency. Congratulations. You have won. They launched their missiles. You launched your missiles. Billions of people dead. Cities laid waste. Oh, but let us all praise His Excellency because he won.
You will not speak to me in such a manner.
What did you win?
What do you mean?
I am asking on behalf of your people. What did you win?
The war, of course.
But what have you gained? Another country? More land? Industry? No. You have gained a nuclear wasteland that will be useless for the next 5,000 years. So I ask again, what did you win?
All right, fool. If you were in my position, what would you have done?
I would have talked. I would have sat down and tried to work out our differences, calmly and with reason. Look at those monitors. The devastation. That is the work of madmen. And for what? So that you can get a mark in the win column? Who cares?
My name will live in history.
You mean infamy? What history? There is no more history. Everyone is dead or dying. Just as we are dying. What are you doing?
Find me something. Anything. I'll slit my throat and bleed out. I won't die trying to get oxygen. Make it quick, fool. Bash me in the head. Anything. Then facing the horrors. The darkness when the air runs out and we gasp for another breath. Just another. The elevator? It's back.
It's time, Faisal.
Thank you. Perfect. We will be up shortly. You can turn off the videos now.
What's going on?
An exercise in futility, Your Excellency. A fantasy created for your benefit.
I don't understand.
You never answered my question.
What question?
If this had been a real war, what would you have won?
A rather stupid question, fool. Yes, it will be most amusing when I have you executed.
In 1973, Air Force Major Harold Herring, while training to be a Minuteman missile crewman, asked what the Air Force did not want to answer. His question? Quote, "How can I know that an order I received to launch the missiles came from a sane president?" End quote. Their answer was that it was strictly need to know. I'll be back with a final word. If you are old enough to remember living through the Cold War, you can probably relate to our tale. If you are younger, perhaps you can learn something from it. One can only hope. One day, we can all survive together. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, and William Stafford. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
What the hell?
No, Miss Smith. Please don't move. I don't want to shoot you. That would defeat my purpose.
And just what is your reason for breaking into my home?
Oh, believe me, I didn't want to do this. I tried every legal means I could to acquire this house. Tell me, why is it so important that you remain here?
If you must know, I happen to like it here.
Oh, come now, Miss Smith. That can't be the only reason.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan. And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Perhaps you remember Darius Morgan. No? You don't recall the rather colorful adventures of a multi-millionaire who traveled the world and found great treasures? The name doesn't ring a bell with you? Well, no matter. Our story doesn't concern him, but rather begins at his funeral.
It was a lovely funeral, Miss Smith.
Please, Mr. Harper, call me Joan. Yes, the director did a remarkable job.
I'm surprised that there were not more people here.
Darius wanted something simple. Not a lot of fanfare. He had no other family, and except for me, no true friends.
You would think that with all of his contributions around the world, the museums would have sent some sort of representative.
But that was Darius. He never made a lot of noise when it came to those contributions. He preferred to stay in the shadows.
The world has lost a great humanitarian. Now, about the will.
I'm sure that you have everything in order, Mr. Harper. After all, Darius trusted you as his attorney and executor.
I'm simply confused about the deposition of his fortune, which was quite vast.
What is so confusing?
You see, last year, he consolidated all of his holdings in business into cash. He left quite specific instructions on what to do.
Are you sure this is the time to be going over that?
I don't see why not. It will save you a trip to my office and to court. Probate should not take very long. It just puzzles me why he would dispose of his fortune this way.
What are you talking about?
Well, most of his money has been donated to various museums, schools for the arts, and certain social programs. The house and everything in it he left to you.
To me? But why?
I suppose that he felt you deserved it. Oh, and there is your salary.
What about it? I assumed after his death I would be unemployed.
On the contrary, he opened a special account where you would continue to receive your weekly salary for the next 20 years. That includes annual raises to keep up with the cost of living.
He was a great man and a good friend.
Of course, you can always sell the house and start a new life somewhere. You would still receive your salary regardless.
No, I would very much like to stay. It's been my home for over 15 years.
You won't have to worry about taxes or upkeep. A separate fund has been created for any repairs and improvements that you may want to make.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. I just don't know what to say.
I believe that Darius wanted you to have a happy life. You are still young enough to have one. He just wanted to make it easier for you to have. After all, you did sacrifice your youth to be his companion.
What the hell? Who are you?
No, Miss Smith, please don't make any sudden movements. I don't want to shoot you.
Is that why you have a gun?
Think of it as an insurance policy. It protects both myself and you. No, if I kill you, it would defeat my purpose.
Would you mind if I fixed me a drink?
Oh, by all means. And then we can have a nice little chat.
Would you like one?
Oh, I never drink alcohol. It dulls the senses.
So who are you?
You may call me Mr. Sharpton.
I guess you'll have to shoot me now. I know your name, and I've seen your face.
I have many names and many faces. No, killing is just not in my nature.
So why have you decided to break into my home?
I tried the legal ways to acquire this house. I'm curious, Miss Smith. Why do you wish to stay in such a large home?
It's been my home for years. Why would I want to leave?
And there was nothing between you and Darius Morgan?
I resent that. I came to work for Mr. Morgan as a caregiver and companion, and nothing more.
And he paid you quite well for your sacrifice?
I never considered it a sacrifice. It is true, we became very close, but only as friends.
Oh, I believe you. I'm simply wondering why. Why you didn't just sell the house and move on with your life.
Why should I? And what business is it of yours, anyway?
Oh, I offered 5 times what this place is worth, and yet you still wouldn't sell. So, logically, there must be a reason.
I like it.
Oh, no. I believe there is another a far more important reason for you to remain here.
Oh, please, Mr. Sharpton, why don't you enlighten me? Then we'll both know.
You know about the Aztec gold that is somewhere within these walls.
Joan Smith's eyes grow wide with shock. She looks at the man who calls himself Mr. Sharpton with disdain and wonders what asylum he has escaped from. Escape with me shortly when I return with Act 2. The actor William Shatner once said that success is different for everyone. Everybody defines it in their own way. We find what each person wanted to achieve and what their willingness to sacrifice for that was.
Are you completely mental?
How about a little music, Miss Smith? I believe you have a fondness for Beethoven.
Music does soothe the savage beast. Hey, Mr. Sharpton.
Ah, much better. Now, shall we talk about the gold?
You honestly believe in that story?
Oh, it is much more than just a story.
It's a fantasy. An adventure of Darius Morgan that never happened.
I believe that it did happen. I have it on very good authority. The story is completely true.
You need to stay off the internet.
Well, surely Darius told you all about it.
Of course he did. Many times.
Why don't you enlighten me?
If it will get you out of my home any faster. Supposedly, Darius was on a dig in Mexico when he came across an ancient city that had not been discovered. While exploring, he found some sort of vault.
Where he found a rather large quantity of gold. Yes, Miss Smith, that is rather common knowledge.
Am I telling the story, or are you? Seems you know as much about it as I do.
The gold disappeared and has never been seen since.
Let me guess. You are one of those conspiracy nuts who believes Darius smuggled the gold into this country and then hid it away somewhere. Right?
Oh, not only did Darius hide the gold, but he hid it right in this very house.
You really are mental. I've been living here for over 15 years. Not once have I found a hidden treasure.
Ah, so you did look for it.
There was nothing to look for. Look, Mr. Sharpton, Darius was an old man when I came to help him after his stroke. He donated everything that he found on his archaeological digs to museums all over the world. Why would he hide a bunch of gold here?
Because of the curse?
I was wondering when you get to that. Yes, Darius told me all about how his team died, one by one. You do know that it's simply poisonous spores which make a person sick and eventually kills them, right?
I told you that I have a very good source of information. I was able to track down the only surviving member of the team. He explained to me the reason the others died was because they had become greedy.
Greedy? In what way?
Or they decided to help themselves to some of the gold. As soon as they filled their pockets, they died. Almost instantly.
Darius left that part out in his story to me.
Oh, I'm not surprised. According to my contact, Darius was able to smuggle the gold to this house, which he had just finished building. Somewhere in here is the Aztec gold. I think you know exactly where it is and how to get it.
I really hate to disappoint you. You're partially right. When Darius first told me about it, I did start looking around. I never found any secret room with a fortune hidden away. Eventually, I lost interest.
Or you simply just gave up?
Darius was a good man. He never did anything for me to think otherwise. He paid me well, let me live here, and even after his death, continues to take care of me.
And you have no regrets for your sacrifice?
Mr. Sharpton, I'm only 37 years old, still quite attractive, and now I no longer have to worry about a place to live or money to live on.
Aren't you the least bit curious about the gold?
An internet conspiracy theory that has never been proven? I could care less.
Perhaps this will change your mind.
These look like floor plans.
Exactly. They are the original blueprints for the house.
Planning on building one yourself?
Oh no. I believe that they will show the exact location of the Aztec gold.
Joan looks at the floor plans spread out on the desk. She takes another drink and realizes that her interest has indeed been stirred. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Le Corbusier once said, "The home should be the treasure chest of living." In the home of Darius Moreland, the current resident could find more than just a shelter.
A rather splendid library, I must say. Did Darius read all of these?
Yes, and wrote quite a few himself.
Now, what are you staring at, Miss Smith?
I'm not sure. There's something off about this room.
Oh, wait, have you discovered the...
Now, don't get ahead of me. I was just looking at the floor plans, and, well...
You must tell me!
The dimensions are all wrong. Look, here. This room should be about 15 feet wide, according to the plans. But when I walk off the length... 1, 2, 3, 4... You see? About 12 feet.
So, what does that tell you, Miss Smith?
You just might be right about there being a secret room.
Oh, I knew it! Darius brought the gold here and hid it. Oh, Miss Smith, you have made me so...
But why would he do that? Darius always donated everything to the museums. Why would he feel the need to hide such a treasure from the world?
Oh, who cares? We need to find out how to get into that room. There must be some secret panels somewhere.
A room full of books on shelves and his desk. I can't find any secret button of any.
Did he happen to have a favorite book that he liked above all others?
As a matter of fact, he did. Let me see. I think it's over... Yes, here it is.
Treasure Island. Robert Louis Stevenson. How appropriate.
Oh my God. When you pulled on the book, the wall opened. Look, a metal door.
Why don't you sit over there, Miss Smith?
Oh, I see. Now you're going to kill me.
Oh, perish the thought. No, I'm simply going to tie you up, incapacitate you, retrieve my treasure, and when I am far enough away, I shall call someone to come and find you. Oh, I will take a few trinkets to keep the story of a burglar going for you.
Don't do me any favors.
It's a pretty solid door.
I wouldn't touch that gold if I were you.
Are you speaking of the curse? Please, Miss Smith, neither one of us believes in such fairy tales. I have sacrificed quite a lot to find this treasure, and I intend to have it.
I'm only warning you. Darius had a reason for hiding it in there. Maybe you should just leave now.
When I am this close?
What do you see?
It's more than I ever imagined. The Aztec gold.
Mr. Sharpton, are you okay?
It's beautiful. Now it's going to take quite a bit of time to get this out of here. So make yourself comfortable.
Mr. Sharpton, why did you close the door?
I didn't. It closed just as I touched the gold. Let me out.
I can't let you out. Remember? You tied me up. And quite well, I might say.
What's going on?
I warned you, Mr. Sharpton. Darius told me about the gold and the safeguard that he put into place to keep it safe.
What do you mean?
Don't you hear that motor? It's pumping out all of the air. You are going to suffocate, Mr. Sharpton.
No! Let me out!
I would, but you tied me up. You tied me up. You are going to die, a very rich man.
No, can't die. That pipe, pumping out the air. Can't reach it. No, I won't die. Let me out. Eardrums. Bursting. Mouth. Filled with blood. Brother Bear must have air. Brother Bear. Brother Bear. Just a Brother Bear. Brother Bear. Brother Bear.
Are you okay, Miss Smith?
Yes. What are you doing here?
Oh, well, that was just a happy accident. I'm grateful I found you tied up in the library. What happened?
When I came home, some man was here. He tied me up and then, well, I don't know what happened.
There doesn't appear to be anything missing. I searched the whole house, and there is no one here now.
So, why did you come?
I found this among the legal papers, addressed to you personally. I thought it might be important. As long as you are all right, I'll see myself out.
Dearest Joan, you have been not only my companion, but my dearest friend. If I had been 30 years younger or even 20, I would have asked you to...
or even 20, I would have asked you to be my wife. Alas, we've lived in two different worlds. I have taken care of you financially, just as you have taken care of my needs. This letter is a confession. The Aztec gold is real. You will find it in a secret room in the library. However, be forewarned, the curse is just as real. You must find someone who will willingly make their own sacrifice to get the gold. It is a human sacrifice that will satisfy the curse and allow you to take the gold to do as you will. I have already taken care of the method of killing. I would not want blood on your hands. I love you, Joan Smith. Please, for my memory, have the life that you sacrificed for me.
Joan folds the letter and throws it into the fireplace. She pours herself a glass of wine and makes a silent toast to her benefactor as the tears fall down her cheeks. I'll return shortly with a final word. Follow your passion. Be prepared to work hard and sacrifice. And above all, don't let anyone limit your dreams, wrote Donovan Bailey. Joan Smith did just that. As for Mr. Sharpton, as far as I know, he is still entombed in a secret, airtight room. Our cast included Gemma Mitchell, Jonathan Rossignol, Nick Davis, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
And you haven't seen any signs of the animal.
Sheriff, I've been all over this valley. None of the traps have been disturbed. Not one camera has picked up any trace of it.
And so where does that leave us?
2 dead bodies, mutilated beyond recognition in the morgue. And I'm scared. I'm really scared.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. The author Glenn Duncan once said that werewolves were more terrifying than vampires. The idea of seeing the human within the beast and knowing that you can't reach them is the real horror.
Hey, Sandra, over here.
Sorry I'm late, Sheriff. I was up all night with Baldy.
You and that eagle. Now, how's he doing anyway?
The wing's almost healed. He should be able to go back to the wild in about 2 weeks.
It's always amazed me how well you do with that animal shelter of yours.
I've always had a sort of kindred spirit with him. I can't explain it.
Well, whatever it is, it's a good thing. I've already ordered your usual breakfast, if you could call it that.
Wheat toast, maple and brown sugar oatmeal, orange juice, black coffee. You can't beat it.
Oh, bacon and eggs beat that slop any day of the week.
You eat whatever clogs your arteries, and I'll eat healthy. So, what's going on with the sheriff's department?
Are you kidding? In this town? The closest thing we got to a crime here is when those two old guys get into an argument over their checkers game at the courthouse.
That's why I moved here. So quiet and peaceful.
Well, there was that one time about 7 years ago.
Oh, really? I don't think you ever told me about it.
Are you sure? Well, then I'll tell you now. Happened out there at Talking Rock.
Your favorite fishing spot?
Exactly. It seems there was a group of tourists who decided to do some camping out there. And it fouled up my whole weekend fishing trip.
Oh, poor baby.
Hey, I take my fishing very seriously.
I'm sorry. Go on.
Well, there were 6 of them in the group. Young, full of life, excited to be there. However, what I found the next morning was nothing short of a nightmare.
What did you find?
They had all been mutilated by something. Wasn't hardly anything left of them.
Nice breakfast conversation. But I do have a strong stomach.
Hey, Maggie, more coffee over here. I'm the one who had to contact family members. It's not one of my favorite jobs.
Did you ever find out who or what did it?
Well, the doc put it down to some animal, wolf or bear or something.
Now that's kind of weird.
Why do you say that?
Because there hasn't been a bear or wolf sighting around here for years, according to my records.
Now, you see, that's what I said, which only leaves one other theory.
Which is?
Someone in this quaint, quiet little town is a homicidal maniac. Yeah, one good thing did come out of it.
Out of a slaughter? What could possibly be good?
People stayed away from my fishing hole.
Well. Our great Sheriff Carter finally decided to come to breakfast.
Please tell me you ordered already.
Geez, Sheriff, you look terrible.
I'm just now getting back from Talking Rock.
So, can I expect a fish fry tonight?
There was a murder out there last night.
What? You've got to be kidding.
Young girl, about 20. Decided to go out and take a walk along the water's edge. A group of Boy Scouts found her last night.
God, how terrible.
Yeah, that's not the worst part. She was mutilated beyond recognition.
Just like those tourists from long ago?
Yes, just like that.
All right now, settle down. I'm getting you dinner. And how are you doing, little one? Now, who on earth? Wildlife Sanctuary, Sandra Ross speaking.
I'm glad I caught you. Think you could meet me at Talking Rock?
Now, you know I don't like to fish.
We've had another attack. A male, we think. Not much left of it.
What? So why do I need to see it?
This time, we have a witness. They claim it was a large, wolf.
Are you sure that it wasn't just a very big dog?
Well, that's why I want you to come out here. We found some prints in the dirt, but they sure don't look like any animal prints I've ever seen.
In what way?
Well, I've never seen an animal with 5 toes before.
Being a nocturnal creature by nature, I often find myself in dark alleys, forests, and even cemeteries. I have never run into a werewolf, but I'm always hopeful. I'll be back with Act 2 shortly. Andrew Paul Williams once wrote, "But when the moon is waxing and all the world's asleep, through woods and fields the werewolf will creep."
So, Sandra, what'd you find out?
I checked all the cameras and got, well, nothing.
Not even one picture of this thing?
Not one. Look, I showed the pictures of those paw prints to a friend of mine in Newport. He was completely stumped. There was one thing, though.
Oh, at this point, anything will be helpful.
One of those traps I have set was sprung last night. Whatever got caught managed to get away.
Damn. Hey, Maggie, how about some more coffee over here?
By the way, Sheriff, what happened to your hand?
Huh? Oh, that. Would you believe I caught it in the door this morning? It hurt like hell.
I bet it did. Hopefully it doesn't affect your fishing.
Nah, nothing can stop me from fishing. Not even some marauding animal.
I'm not sure that it is an animal.
Well, you got any ideas?
I did a little research, Sheriff. Seems that those killings, to use your words, a long time ago, weren't the only one.
So you found out the town's little secret. Okay, you're right. There have been others. But look, my hands have been tied by the city council and the mayor. Well, this town thrives on tourists, and if something like a bunch of killings ever got out...
Oh, I get it. I completely understand. What seems strange to me is that after those tourists were killed, there wasn't another one until...
Until... what?
Where have you been all this time, Sheriff? You just got back last month. They gave you your badge back. No election, no questions, nothing. Now, why is that?
I had a brain tumor, all right?
What?
And I was diagnosed with it right after all that took place. Inoperable. So I did some checking, and I found another doctor who said that he could cure me.
Which he obviously did.
So does that answer your question?
Just curious.
Yeah, speaking of being curious, what happened to your hand?
Accidents do happen. Animal bite. You know, I do run a wildlife sanctuary.
Of which you took over only recently.
What is that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing. Just an observation. Kind of strange we both hurt our hands.
My left paw? You're right. Well, I thought it was funny. What are you looking at?
Hey, give me just a minute. Howdy. How you doing?
Oh, well, hello, Sheriff. I'm doing all right.
Just passing through?
Sort of. I'm an artist and thought I just might do some painting around here.
Well, I'm Sheriff Carter. I'd like to welcome you to our little hamlet.
It is rather nice. Quaint, actually.
Yeah, that's what most people say. I would like to keep it that way.
Look, Sheriff, do you greet all the tourists, or am I just special.
What's your name?
Well, I really don't have to tell you that, but since you asked me in such a friendly manner, I'm Victor Duncan.
Well, nice to meet you. You staying at the King's Arms?
Well, it's the only place in town to stay. I mean, unless, of course, you have something else in mind.
No, not at the moment. Cut yourself shaving this morning?
Why do you ask?
Oh, that little bit of blood there, on your collar.
Yes, shaving. Is that all, Sheriff?
For now.
What was that all about?
Oh, shaving my eye.
Come on, Sheriff. He's just a tourist.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. Anyway, it seems like you were wanting to say something to me, and now you're just not quite sure how to say it.
Can't hide anything from you, Columbo. Okay, I checked. The killings, or at least the new ones we know about, all happened at the same time and in the same place.
I do my fair share of detective work. That is what they pay me for. Yes, they all happened out there at Talking Rock.
Your favorite fishing spot.
And something else. They all happened during the full moon phase. The night before, the night of, and the night after.
Do you want to say it, or should I?
Oh, Sandra, now, you don't really think that this is a werewolf, do you?
If the paw print fits.
Okay, you got any suspects?
Mulling it over. Do you? Ta-da. Nice night for a walk.
Hey there. Need a lift?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, come on. It's about to pour down rain. You want to get wet?
Yeah, okay.
So, where were you heading?
Place called Talking Rock. Turnoff is just up ahead.
Why do you want to go there?
Let's just say that I'm hunting.
The werewolf legend has evolved over time. Long gone are the full moon wolves who were tortured creatures of the night. But like all legends, they do return, and sometimes with a vengeance. You return with me for Act 3. Tommy Cusella once wrote that the notions of the werewolf, both in folklore and popular culture, have one thing in common. It is fear of the unknown and suspicion against strange and unfamiliar people.
So, is this the place?
This is it.
Very quiet. Lonely.
Say, is that a cassette player?
Yes, it is.
Haven't discovered the digital world yet?
Tape is more pure.
Are all of these your tapes?
Yes, they are. Recording them myself. Would you like to hear one?
Sure. Hope you got some good tunes.
Oh, I'm sure that you will find this quite interesting. You can sit over there.
So, what do you want to do, honey?
Please, just sit there. Quietly.
You want to watch? Well,
Let me just take this off.
Please, don't do that.
And I can take these off, too.
I did ask you nicely.
Do it! Please, no, please.
Shut up!
Oh, no,
Shut
no. Oh, oh, oh.
I did ask you nicely, Kristen, not to do that. You just wouldn't listen. But I showed you. Oh, I showed you.
Are you not frightened
Why? Should I be?
after hearing what I did to her? That does not scare you?
Like I said, why should it?
What do you keep looking at?
The moon. Starting to rise just over that hill.
What's so special about that? Hey, where do you think you're going?
I told you. I came up here to hunt.
Hey, Maggie, a little more coffee over here, please. Thank you, sweetheart.
Any idea who he was?
Well, it wasn't Victor Duncan, that's for sure. Ran his name, but nothing came back. Luckily, the doc was able to get one usable fingerprint from, well, what was left of the body.
So? Who is? Or rather, was he?
Well, his real name turned out to be Albert Black, and he was wanted for questioning in New York. There's something about a series of murders that he was a person of interest.
So, the serial killer turns into the victim. Any suspects?
Not a clue. We did find those same strange tracks by the body.
Really? Sheriff, can I ask you something?
Well, sure, Sandra. You can ask me anything.
Where were you last night?
Yeah. And I could ask you the same thing.
Hey, I have nothing to hide. I was checking the cameras around Talking Rock.
Well, now that's funny. I was fishing up there last night.
Kind of a curious coincidence, don't you think?
So, who could be the werewolf? Was there even such a creature? Or was it just a series of unexplained murders in a small town? As is often the case, we leave that up to you. I'll be back with a final word. I believe that singer Warren Zevon had the right idea. You hear him howling around your kitchen door. Better not let him in. A little old lady got mutilated late last night. Werewolves of London again. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Mark Wheeler, and Gemma Mitchell. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I vote that we leave as quickly as possible. Like, right now.
We can't. The storm blew the trees down, and the road is blocked.
Can't we walk out?
7 miles through the woods in this storm?
Then we are trapped here. And if the legend holds true, we are all going to die here.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. One of our strongest emotions is fear. Science has even come up with names for different kinds of fears. From the fear of closed spaces to even the fear of the number 13. The emotion has made heroes out of few and cowards out of many.
Gerald, over here.
It's a great place you picked out for our meeting.
You're late.
If I didn't have to fight my way through a crowd at the bar, I might have been here on time. So, what's going on that we couldn't do this at the studio?
You want something to drink?
No thanks.
Okay, here it is. Have you ever heard of the Mayfield house down in North Carolina?
Should I have?
The network thinks it'll be a perfect place to do one of our horror specials.
Come on, Hank. I'm sick to death of doing those things.
I know. That's what I told them.
Spend a night at some abandoned house and see what happens. Well, I've done 7 specials, and every time, absolutely nothing happens. Oh, I catch a cold, but I never catch anything on tape.
Yeah, well, this time, I think we got something. Take a look at these.
Okay. So what am I looking at?
These were taken by a hiker who came across the house.
Yeah, so?
Don't you see it? Up in the window?
Oh, come on. A grainy photo of a shadow on a window, and you want to do an entire special on it? It's ridiculous.
Well, I admit that the photo is a little grainy, but the network is adamant. Now, if you don't want to do it...
I didn't say that. Hank, I like working for the network, and I'll do your little ghost show one more time. Who else is going?
You, me, Sherry Abrams will be working the cameras, Pamela Walker's doing the sound, and...
Wait, don't tell me. Let me guess.
He's been on every special that we've had.
Ricardo Amherst. How appropriate.
Is there going to be a problem with you two?
From me? No. From him?
I know. It's a little awkward.
Sherry and I were only married for 2 months. If she decided to hook up with that fake medium, that's her business.
I think everybody knows everybody. I'll just start the production meeting right now.
So where are we off to this time, Hank?
North Carolina, to an old mansion that was owned by one Terrence Mayfield.
How large of an old mansion are we talking about, Hank?
Don't worry, Pam. We're going to be filming this using handhelds. There are plenty of places to put your mics.
Handhelds? Really, Hank? Is this going to be one of your shaky found footage, oh, let's make the audience motion sick films?
Hardly. This place is very large rooms, so your camera equipment will fit nicely.
And what am I doing here?
That's what I want to know.
Now, don't be rude, Gerald.
I'm getting to that. As our resident spiritualist, you'll be free to roam the house, with a camera, of course, to pick up any vibrations.
The only vibrations he's going to pick up are the ones Sherry makes.
Can we discuss this later?
All right, children. Now, do you want to hear about the house or not?
Go ahead, Hank. We are all ears.
Thank you. The place was built sometime in the early 1800s. It was supposed to be some sort of plantation, but it never got off the ground. Terrence Mayfield did not believe in the use of slaves. He thought that a man that worked should be paid, which did not sit too well with the general consensus of the times. But there was another reason why the place never became a working plantation.
And here it comes.
Terrence Mayfield according to local reports, was a practitioner in the dark arts. There was talk of blood sacrifices and Sabbats being performed.
Oh, this just gets better and better. I can see why the network was so interested.
Dusty old house, rumors, and I can feel it cold coming on even now.
Wouldn't be the first time.
It was August 13th when the locals had had enough. 12 young girls had disappeared. The townspeople marched up to the doors, grabbed Mayfield, and burned him alive in the front yard. Since then, no one has ventured near the place.
Over 100 years ago? The place must be falling down by now.
You would think so. Believe it or not, the house looks brand new.
Now how can that be?
Perhaps it has to do with the curse that Mayfield screamed out from the flames.
Isn't there always a curse?
Well, come on. What was it?
According to local legend, the first person to enter the house would be possessed and kill all the others who entered after. They would be cut in half, and their entrails would be eaten.
Oh, that's just sick.
And the network approved this?
Anything for ratings.
Well, that's the story. We leave tomorrow, just in time for the anniversary of Mayfield's curse. What do you think?
I have spent a fair amount of time in the study of curses and witchcraft. I find the subject rather fascinating. Practicing that ancient religion is something that has, well, never crossed my mind. It can be quite dangerous. I'll be back with Act 2 shortly. A film crew has arrived at an old mansion to investigate and document the anniversary of a curse. We find them now standing at the door to the Mayfield mansion.
Be careful with the equipment.
I'm not a goth.
Hey, what about the crew?
You are looking at it, old buddy.
That's our illustrious producer. Always trying to save a penny when he can.
Well, Gerald, don't just stand at the door. Open it. Come on. It's just a house. Wood, brick, mortar, nothing more.
Sure. Wood, brick, and mortar. Okay, here goes nothing.
Aren't you going to go in, or are you afraid of the curse?
Pam, why don't you and Sherry start setting things up? Give Ricky a handheld and let him start doing a basic walkthrough.
I do wish that you would not call me that. After all, I have one of the highest rated shows on the network.
Which only proves that the public will watch anything.
Enough, children. Go on, Ricardo. Make your walkthrough.
Gloomy old place. Dust everywhere. Not picking up anything yet. Feeling a slight sense of dread. Maybe. Something just doesn't feel right about the place. You're going to have to do better than that.
It's really blowing out there.
Storms get pretty bad up here. Sherry, did you get the cameras in place?
Ready when you are, CB.
How about the mics, Pamela?
Just getting ready to go upstairs.
Take one of the lanterns. Even in the daytime, it's dark up there.
Don't worry. Back in a minute.
Maybe I should go help her.
I'm sure she can manage.
That was close.
Okay, that was weird.
I've never seen a storm just stop like that.
What is that?
Sounds like something knocking against the wall.
It's coming from upstairs.
Pam's up there.
Sounds like it's coming from in here.
Pam?
What the hell happened?
She's hanging from the rafter. A rope tied under her arms.
Oh God. Her lower half is gone. Like it's cut away.
But what if it were? It would be on the floor. Where is it?
We need to get out of here.
I'm going to start the van.
We'll come back for the equipment.
Richard? Richard!
What the hell?
He's been cut in half!
Come on! Get in the van! Now!
Look at the van! That tree!
Storm must have blown it down.
Maybe we can walk out.
We are 15 miles out in the middle of nowhere. Cell phones aren't working, so we can't call anyone.
What the hell is going on, Hank?
I don't know. Oh, I admit we had some surprises cooked up.
What sort of surprises?
Just some sound effects that Pam cooked up to give the place a little atmosphere.
But Pam is dead. Richard is dead.
15 miles or not, I'm getting the hell out of here.
Better go after her.
Sherry, hang on. Sherry.
Gerald, help me.
Sherry? Oh, help. God, no.
Me.
Your lower body. It's gone. Oh, God. What the hell?
Gerald runs back towards the house, the maniac with the chainsaw close behind. You don't run away, as I will return with Act 3. Three human beings have been killed, and Gerald is running away from a what? A ghost? An apparition that is capable of wielding a chainsaw? Or could it be death itself?
What the hell are you? What is going on?
Best work I've ever done.
Just who the hell are you?
I didn't think the chainsaw would ever start.
Hank?
Gerald, you were marvelous. Meet Dale Winfield, best special effects artist in Hollywood.
How you doing, Gerald?
Hank, you had better start explaining.
Just go to the living room.
And the look on his face. Oh, hiya, Gerald. Seen any half corpses lately?
Sharon? Pamela? Richard? What's going on?
Just a bit of fun, old buddy.
Fun? Fun?
Now, calm down, Gerald. It was all the network's idea. A brand new show. Maybe not as extreme as this one.
I would hope not. Having a cast of your body and face made by Dale was no picnic.
Yeah,
brand new show.
Try being buried in the ground.
I still don't understand. What about the so-called curse?
Oh, that was real. I didn't have to make that up. Okay, let's get the equipment and get ready for the real group that's coming here next week.
Haven't you forgotten the curse?
Oh, come off it, Dale. It's over. Pack up your gear.
The first one who goes inside kills all who enter, cuts them in half, eats their entrails.
Dale? What's wrong?
Yeah, come on, Dale. I was the first one inside, remember?
Really? No! I was here first. I had to set up before you got here, which means I was the first one inside. And that means... Hey! Anybody here? Miss? Are you all right?
I don't know. Who are you?
Oh, I'm Mitchell Stanfield from the network. You guys were supposed to check in with us every day, and we haven't heard from you.
No, that can't be. He's eaten everyone from the network.
What? Miss, are you okay?
He even gave me a taste. Said it was better when they were fresh. Won't you come inside?
When someone finally came to investigate, they found Dale and Sherry surrounded by corpses, covered in blood, licking their fingers with every bite they take, eating, sucking the meat off the bones. I'll be back with a final word. There have been cases reported of so-called curses against people. Scientists claim that it is more of a psychological occurrence than a supernatural one. But then, I wonder, can everything be explained with science? Our cast included Mick Davis, Jonathan Rossignol, Crimson McKenzie, Peter Lugmeyer, Gemma Mitchell, William Stafford, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Now look, Mr. Trent, you had me shanghaied all the way here, and you've yet to tell me why.
You didn't have to come if you didn't want to. I'm sure that the promise of $500,000 piqued your interest.
Let's just say that it was a contributing factor. What I don't understand is what exactly you want me to do.
Why, it's very simple. I want you to eliminate my wife.
But didn't you tell me that your wife was already dead?
Very true. But now I need her completely gone.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams. The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. The ghost story has been around for, well, before print was set to paper. You probably remember some spooky story told to you by a friend or perhaps a relative. They are quite popular, and the best ones send chills down your spine.
Come in, Mr. Morland. Good of you to stop by.
Is that what you call it?
I don't know what you mean.
Then let me make it very plain. I'm sitting quite comfortably in my apartment when two apes burst in, grab me, and haul me here. That is called kidnapping, and it carries very serious prison time.
I apologize for the rather brusque way that you were brought here.
Apology not accepted. Now if you'll excuse me.
So you have no need for $500,000?
What did you say?
I'm sure that you heard me correctly, Mr. Morland.
And that's another thing. How do you even know my name?
Oh, I know a great deal about you, Mr. Morland. Or would you rather I call you Barry?
You must be some kind of nut.
When it comes to money, I suppose that I am rather maniacal.
Well, you just go right on being a maniac, and I'll bid you farewell.
I know, for instance, that your profession is that of a hired contract killer.
We prefer the term eliminator.
Oh, I just love what has become of the English language. Very well. Eliminator. I wish to engage your services.
Look, Mr. Trent, I only conduct my business without ever meeting the client or the contracted. I don't know how you know about me, but I can assure you that it puts you in a very precarious position.
Oh, I'm not worried. Money has many privileges. One of them is that I can not only find out about anyone I choose, but that I am very well protected.
All right, Mr. Trent. At least we understand each other.
And we both want that, don't we, Mr. Morland?
Whatever you say, Mr. Trent.
Quite a portrait on the wall, don't you think?
She's quite beautiful. Who is she?
That is a portrait of my wife, Judith. She died a few months ago.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, I'm not. She was... Well, let's just say that she was not exactly the perfect wife.
Is there such a thing?
Oh, I still have hope.
Don't we all? Okay, so who would you like eliminated?
You and your euphemistic phrases. Years ago, you would have asked me whom did I want killed.
Times change, Mr. Trent.
So not always for the better. Fine. Let's use your form of the English language. I do indeed have someone that I want eliminated, or should I now say unalived.
Cut the comedy, Mr. Trent. You said something about $500,000. So?
So, that is what I am willing to pay you for the contract.
I always get some of it up front. You understand?
Here, 25,000 for expenses.
Very nice. Okay, let's get down to the specifics.
I'm going to be out of town for the weekend.
Set up your alibi. Very smart. Now, where shall the contract take place?
Oh, right here, in this very apartment.
No, that's no good. I never come into contact with the mark.
Well, I'm afraid in this case you will have no choice.
Look, this is getting more complicated than I like. Who is this person?
I want you to kill my wife.
What? But Mr. Trent, you just told me that your wife died.
Yes, she did.
And I suggest you hire someone much better suited.
Now, don't you think that I have tried? Mediums, spiritualists, experts in the field of the paranormal, and all of them have been completely useless. You, Mr. Morland, are my last hope.
Mr. Morland, come have a drink.
I'll have several, Matrix.
You don't look so well.
I tell you something. I'm getting really sick of this whole business.
But business is great. I've been sending you enough clients, haven't I?
It's not that. I just took on the screwiest contract of all time.
You mean outside the company?
Don't worry, your name was never mentioned.
You do understand the penalty of...
You don't have to remind me of the consequences. Besides, this is going to be more of a vacation than a contract.
I don't understand.
I get to spend the weekend at the apartment of a Mr. Alfred Trent.
The Alfred Trent? The one who lives on the 140th floor of that apartment building downtown.
That's the one. Plenty of food, drink, pay-per-view, and you can bet I'm going to order every event I can find. And on top of that, the fool's paying me $500,000.
So who does he want you to eliminate?
Yeah, that's the funny part. The target is his wife.
That should be easy for you. It's not like you haven't.
She's already dead.
Holy. Well now, I can see what you mean by being a vacation. So you are a Ghostbuster now?
It's not funny. This guy is really scared of his dead wife.
In what way?
Okay. For example, he claims that she has tried to kill him several times. The latest when he called up his private elevator, and when the door opened, he almost stepped into the shaft, falling 140 stories.
Malfunction in the system.
That's what I said too. But then he told me about knives flying through the air and bookcases falling. One time, he was standing in front of his fireplace when the flames shot out at him. He jumped just in time.
You don't think. I'm only speculating. Someone might have put money towards a contract on you. Do you?
Not unless you know something that I don't know.
No. Just worried about you. You said that it was the easiest job, and you are going to be there alone.
Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Now, if you hear anything, let me know.
Of course. You are our top employee. So what are you going to do? You don't really believe...
Of course not. I'm going to take it easy for the weekend and collect $500,000. Then, I'm quitting.
Quitting?
Finished. Kaput. Over and out. I'm tired, Matrix. Very tired. And I want out.
Hugh Hefner once remarked that he thought retirement was the first step towards the grave. For Barry Moreland, he considers it a way out of a rather morbid profession. You find your way back here shortly with Act 2. It is now Saturday morning in the apartment of Mr. Trent. Barry Moreland has had a comfortable night's sleep and is now making himself a hearty breakfast.
Easiest $500,000 I've ever made.
If you don't turn that bacon over, you're gonna burn it.
What? Who said that?
If I had any substance to me, I'd help you out.
Who the hell is that?
Do you always overcook your bacon?
Now look, I'm not in the mood for any games.
You're going to ruin your breakfast. Here, give me that.
What the? Something just jerked the spatula out of my hand. And it's just floating over the bacon.
You really should have timed these. This takes a lot of energy, but I think I can do it.
What is going on? Something is turning the bacon.
Would you be a dear and turn the stove off? I don't think I can.
What? Oh, sure.
You will have to serve yourself. It's going to take a while before my energy is replenished.
Okay, Mr. Trent. You can come out now. Great joke.
It's no joke, Mr. Moreland.
Come on. Where are you hiding? I really want to know how you managed to do that. Great trick.
I take it you don't believe in ghosts?
No, Mr. Trent, I don't. Now where are you?
Would you believe your own eyes?
I've seen projections, thank you very much.
Have you ever seen this?
You look just like the girl in the portrait. Nice picture. Or should I say, 3D image.
Not much energy left, but I think I can manage this.
Yeah. Hey, you touched me.
And that's all I have in me for today. I'm going to have to get some rest. Too bad I can't. Rest in peace.
Miss Trent? Is that really you?
It's really me. In the spirit, anyway.
Well then, you just stand right there. I got a few things for you.
And just what do you plan to do?
Well, now, let's just see what I have.
Is that holy water?
Picked it up last night.
I don't really need a bath.
Okay, let me see. Aha! Spirit, I order you to leave this place.
I don't feel like it.
Okay, then I'll just ignore you.
I can keep it up all night.
I was really hoping this would be easy. I mean, you look, well, beautiful for a ghost.
Really? You think I'm beautiful?
Hasn't anyone ever told you before?
No, not ever.
What about your husband?
Him? He only married me for my fortune.
Oh, well, a contract is a contract. Omar Zulu Mastiva Omatep Z-Tag Odin Hexpalupit Zandor. What's happening to you?
I don't know. Please, you must stop. Mr. Moreland, Beery, please.
I can't do it.
What was that?
A banishment spell I got from a friend of mine.
Why didn't you finish it? You would have been rich.
I can't believe I'm saying this to you. I think that I feel something for you.
Barry? But I'm a ghost. A spirit.
I know it's crazy. I saw how much pain you were in and how beautiful you look, and I just couldn't do it. I'm just so tired of all of this.
Why don't you do something about it?
I don't know. Say, how did you die anyway?
Haven't you guessed? My husband killed me. He rigged the elevator, and I fell 140 floors.
Horrible way to go.
Actually, it's not that bad. I was dead before I even hit, so no pain.
Didn't you scream?
For about the first 50 floors. Then I think my heart gave out. Because the next thing I know, I was here. Took me 3 months to realize that I was dead.
Why would Mr. Trent want to kill you?
Does he need a reason? He killed me. Isn't that enough?
I wish that we could have met first. I mean, while you were alive.
You've met me now, and I think I actually feel something for you.
So, what are we going to do about it?
I have one solution, and then you could help me take care of Mr. Trent.
What do you mean?
I'm offering you an alternate contract.
What do I have to do?
Don't worry, darling. I will take care of everything.
There have been stories of assassins who try to help their intended victims. There are tales of ghosts who fall in love. But the two together? I'll be back with Act 3. Monday morning, and Mr. Trent, relaxed and happy from his weekend getaway, is entering his apartment.
Hello? Anyone here? Hello? Absolute silence. Haven't heard that in quite a long time. Here is to you, my dear Judith. I am finally rid of you. For good.
Mr. Trent?
Oh, Mr. Morland. I didn't hear you come in. Please, sit down. Would you like a drink?
No, sir.
And there you are. $500,000. Please, feel free to count it.
I don't think it will be necessary. I'm sure that it's all there, Mr. Trent.
Oh, must we be so formal, Barry? I see no signs of my wife, so please sit down, have a drink, relax.
Why did you murder your wife, Mr. Trent?
I don't really see why that should be a concern of yours.
From one killer to another. Why did you do it?
Very well, Mr. Morland. I was tired of her.
Tired of her? What does that mean?
Oh, you didn't know her. She was a shrew. Well, she only married me for my money.
Don't you have that backwards? Wasn't she the one with the fortune?
Oh, semantics. Regardless, I am a free and a very rich man. Yes, I am very comfortable now, and she is, well, she is wherever she is supposed to be.
At least you have that right, Arnold.
Judith! What's going on?
Look at him, Barry. Doesn't he look surprised?
Mr. Morland, I demand an explanation. Why haven't you fulfilled your part of our bargain?
You're right, Judith, my love. He definitely looks surprised.
Your love? What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, Arnold, you are so blind. You always told me how you were the best thing that I could ever find. how ugly I was, how no man would ever want me. You were so wrong.
You mean you and Mormon? Oh, but that's impossible.
Not as you may think. You know, I think I might actually like it here.
Oh, Morland, what are you babbling about?
Revenge, my dear husband. My revenge over you.
No, wait a minute. No. You can't kill me.
Kill you? Do you really think that we're gonna kill you?
Oh, no, Arnold. We have no intentions of killing you.
I see now. Well, you plan to haunt me. Then all I have to do is move out. I have plenty of places to go.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that.
What? What do you mean?
You see, Arnold, you murdered me. Therefore, I am attached to you. No matter where you go, I will always be there.
What about Morland?
Oh, well, Judith very obligingly pushed me down the elevator shaft. I didn't even scream.
Which means that Barry is attached to me. Just think, Arnold Trent, this is the first day of the rest of your miserable life.
No.
Arnold Trent sinks into his leather chair, his drink falling to the floor. He seems to age as the dawning terror of realization overcomes him. I'll be back shortly with a final word. The actress Julianne Moore once said that falling in love and being in love with someone was a rarity. But when it does happen, it is very special and important. Our cast included Mick Davis, Winslow Swan, Peter Lugmeyer, and Annie Mick. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Come on, Fred. It can't be that bad. Just tell me what happened. How did the date go with Peggy?
Oh, Dorothy, I'm not sure exactly what happened. Everything was going great until...
Until what, Fred?
Until I met Butch.
Now you have lost me. Who is Butch?
A menace. An 8-foot colossal beast. Peggy Ann Snow's boyfriend.
Wait, I thought that you and her were...
Oh, Dorothy, what am I going to do?
I'm your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your own terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams. The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. One need not be a chamber to be haunted. One need not be a house, wrote Emily Dickinson. While movies and TV shows have shown us the more horrific side of the supernatural, I always tend to think of the adventures, or should I say, misadventures, of Frederick Washington Davis.
I'm so glad that you and Stan could come over today. Sugar or milk?
Oh, no. No, thank you. This is really good tea, Millie.
Thank you, dear. By the way, where is Fred? He's usually right here when you come over.
Would you believe he is on a date?
Our Fred? On a date?
Oh, since they moved the graveyard closer to you, Fred has been the happiest we have ever seen him. Stan said that he could see Peggy almost anytime he wanted.
That's wonderful. I wonder how the boys are doing with their barbecue.
I don't hear any fire engines in the neighborhood, so I guess they're okay.
Jack has always prided himself on his steaks. So naturally, they usually come out, well, halfway decent.
Oh, let the boys have their fun. So how are things going with you and Jack?
All is well, so far. Even in this economy, things have been looking up.
Steaks will be ready in a few minutes, and I must say, I think these are the best ones yet.
Look delicious to me. What have you girls been up to?
Just a little girl talk.
I haven't seen any sign of Fred. Everything okay with him?
Oh, yes. He's on a date with Peggy at the graveyard.
I gotta say, things have been pretty good at the house since he met her.
I'm so happy that he met someone. He really needed a woman in his life. Afterlife?
Hi, everybody.
Fred? Date over already?
It never really got started.
Jack, I think I hear steaks calling our name.
I've got to get some things in the kitchen to go with our steak.
Well, that was a little awkward.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt your party.
Never mind that. Now that we're alone, what is going on? Did you see Peggy?
Well, there I was, standing next to her grave with that urn of flowers you gave me. You know, the ones you picked last night from Nosy Nellie's garden.
Fred, I told you not to mention... Never mind. Just tell me what happened.
Well, I was standing there, you know, waiting for Peggy to come. I waited, and I waited, and I waited, and I...
Typical girl. Always keeps the man waiting.
Well, anyway, I was just about ready to give up and come back here when she finally showed up. And... hiya, Peggy.
Hi, Fred. So glad that you could come.
Oh, I wouldn't have missed it for the world. Oh, and I brought these flowers.
They're very nice.
And Dorothy made us a wonderful lunch. Here, I'll get it prepared. And maybe we can, Peggy, why are you getting closer to me?
Don't you like me close to you?
Oh, yes, very much so.
You're very handsome, Fred.
Thank you.
Let me put my arms around you.
Oh, Peggy, this is our first date, you know.
Fred, you're so old-fashioned.
Peggy, you kissed me.
You're the most beautiful spirit that I've ever seen.
Peggy?
Oh, hi, Butch.
Butch?
Would you mind telling me who this gentleman is?
Fred, this is Butch. Butch Hogan.
Oh, well, very nice to meet you.
And would you mind explaining what you are doing in the arms of this pipsqueak?
Oh, well, let's not get personal.
I told you, Butch. We are done.
Maybe I should let you two talk things over.
Oh no, please, stay. I was wondering who Peggy would latch on to this time.
Don't be such a bore, Butch. Fred is so refined.
Fred, is it?
Oh, yes, sir.
Why don't you run along and let me speak with Peggy?
Peggy, who is Butch?
He was my boyfriend.
Boyfriend? She already has a boyfriend?
Yes. So you see, I just decided that...
To just skulk away? Oh, Fred, I'm sorry.
The sad thing, I really do love her.
Steaks are ready. Oh, hi, Fred. Join us for some juicy steaks?
It seems that Peggy already has a boyfriend.
What? So what you're saying is that Peggy is cheating?
I kind of got the impression that they were not on the best of terms.
So, are they together or not?
Well, I'm hoping not.
Well, then the problem solves itself. You got to go back and fight for her.
Stan's right. Stand up to whoever this guy is. I mean, you ran that one ghost off for us, remember?
Oh, but that was different.
How different could it be?
Well, Butch is not going to fall for any tricks.
Fred, do you really love Peggy?
With all my ectoplasm.
Then whoosh yourself right back to the cemetery and punch him in the nose.
Stan, do you think that is the best course of action?
Millie, this is man talk. Fred has got to stand up for himself. I agree with Stan.
I don't know. What do you think, Dorothy?
I'm going to have to agree with Stan. You should stand up to this Butch character.
You know what? You're right. I love that girl. I'll be right back.
As Fred vanishes, the four friends sit down for a nice steak dinner. The conversation is light and the food is delicious, but all of them have a growing concern for their friend. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Our friendly ghost Fred has made his way back to the cemetery to confront his rival for the affections of Peggy Ann Snow. This is the topic of conversation for his friends as they sit with coffee and drinks, discussing their advice for Fred.
I'm wondering what is keeping Fred.
Do you remember our first date?
How could I forget?
What were you two lovebirds doing?
I had a wonderful evening planned. Light supper in the park, a serenade on my guitar, watching the stars and the moon come up.
Oh, that sounds so romantic.
Why do I hear a butt coming?
Just as he got everything set up in the park, a rainstorm popped up. You should have seen him trying to pick everything up and get it back to the car.
Oh, well, that could happen to anybody.
What made it worse was that after I did get to the car, I forgot one little thing.
Oh, no, Jack. You didn't.
He left me standing in the downpour.
It was an accident.
He did come back and used his guitar as an umbrella.
Oh, how chivalrous.
Remember the time I took you out for dinner, Dot?
How could I forget?
Oh, please, do tell.
It was a wonderful night. Stan had saved up all month to take me to this fancy restaurant. We had such a great meal.
Let me guess. You forgot your wallet.
Worse than that, I dragged Dorothy through the kitchen and out the back way trying to duck the check.
So what happened?
After dashing through this filthy alley, ruining my dress, I finally had the chance to tell him that I had already paid for the meal.
It wasn't that funny.
Oh, Stan. What would we do without him?
Fred? Fred! What's going on?
Is there any way to turn him off?
Fred, that's enough.
Hello, everybody.
Fred, what happened? You're leaking ectoplasm out of your nose. It's getting all over everything.
Is that what that stuff is? Does it come out?
Fred, what happened?
Remember you told me to go and punch that 8-foot ape in the nose?
Yes.
He punches harder.
Fred, maybe you need to lay down for a bit.
I really don't feel so. Is this like when the lights went out in Georgia?
I didn't know ghosts could paint.
Is there anything we can do for him?
I don't know. I've never seen him like this.
Here, put this pillow under his head.
Any more ideas, Dot?
Oh, shut up, Stan. Are you feeling any better?
Where am I?
Jack and Stan managed to get you up to the guest bedroom.
Oh, I'm sorry to be such a bother.
Millie's making you some fresh tea. Now, tell me what happened.
Well, I went back, determined to win the heart of my love away from this brute. I marched right up to the graveyard and...
Well now, look at what the cat dragged in. How you doing, Pipsqueak?
Do you have to be so crude?
Now listen here, Butch, if that is really your name. Peggy and I are seeing each other, and that is final.
Oh, Fred, be careful.
And just what are you gonna do about it?
This.
Is that all you got?
Yes.
Why don't you try one of mine on for size?
I don't even know how I got here.
What has gotten into that girl? What a rotten little ghost. I thought she really liked you.
I don't think it's her. It's Butch.
Maybe Peggy and I need to have a little talk. Woman to ghost kind.
Dorothy Peters is not one to be trifled with. She has taken on her share of spirits and other supernatural entities. Let's see how she handles Peggy Ann Snow when I return with Act 3. Dorothy has made her way to the cemetery and is currently looking for the spirit of Peggy Ann Snow. Fred is waiting in the car with Stan, hoping that all will go well.
Peggy? Peggy and Snow, where are you?
Oh, you're Dorothy Peters.
Darn right I am. What's been going on here?
How is Fred? Is he okay?
Millie and I have a large cleaning job that you should be helping with on her living room floor. Ectoplasm's all over the place.
I didn't mean for it to go so far.
Didn't mean for what to go so far?
Look, I like Fred. I really do.
Then who exactly is Butch?
He's my boyfriend. He has been for a long time. I met him shortly after he passed. Oh, I know he's big and brutish, but there's something about him.
Apparently a good right cross.
Are you sure Fred is okay?
Never mind that.
Well, you see, Butch was sort of neglecting me.
And you thought that you could make him jealous? With my Fred?
I didn't mean for anyone to get hurt. Least of all Fred. Will you tell him that I'm sorry?
I think you should do that.
I couldn't face him. Anyway, Butch is expecting me. Sorry.
Peggy? Peggy! Get back here! Peggy and Snow, get back here right this minute!
Well, how did it go?
Does she want to see me?
Fred, I've got some bad news.
Oh, I knew it. I just knew it.
Peggy wasn't right for you anyway. I could just... Well, I'm sorry, Fred. Even girl ghosts can be cruel.
Sounds like Peggy can be a complete bit...
Stan, we don't use that language.
I was just saying that...
Stan, I know, and you're right.
Oh, it's okay, Dorothy. How dare she just throw me over for some stupid 8-foot giant? Who needs her anyway?
That's the spirit.
Besides, with the luck that I have had with women, I'm going to swear them off completely. That's it. No more women for this little ghost. I have had...
Fred?
Had...
What are you looking at?
Don't you see her?
See who?
Why, over there. Isn't she the most beautiful,
Where are you looking?
gorgeous woman that you have ever laid your eyes on? And she's waving at me.
Oh,
Not again.
Someone once said, and I really don't know who, that love does not begin and end the way we think it does. Love is a battle. Love is a war. Love is a growing up. And we never know when love will strike next. I'll be back shortly with a final word. Henry Van Dyke once wrote, "Time is too slow for those who wait, too swift for those who fear, too long for those who grieve, too short for those who rejoice, but for those who love, time is an eternity." Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, William Stafford, Winslow Swan, Dave Arkhipov, Annie Mick, and Jonathan Rossignol. The story was written by Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan and directed by Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Hello?
Mr. Jones, it's Marcy.
Thank goodness it's you. Listen, I should be home by about 7. I hope that doesn't make it too late for your dinner.
7 is fine. However, it would be nice if you had told me that we were to have company.
As far as I know, there isn't any.
Well, sir, I received a rather strange phone call. The lady told me that you should come home and wait for her.
Did she say who she was?
She claimed to be your wife, sir. I'm not one to pry into my employer's affairs, but I thought that you said that you were a widower and your wife was dead.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
The doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. The 13th century Persian poet Rumi wrote, "Goodbyes are only for those who love with their eyes. Because for those who love with heart and soul, there is no such thing as separation."
There, Richard, over here.
Daniel, great to see you again.
Sit down. So tell me, what have you been doing with yourself since you left?
Marriage.
You married? Who's the lucky girl?
Her name is Charlotte, and she's the loveliest creature on the planet.
Yeah, but for how long?
Now that's not very fair. Brenda died of natural causes.
A heart attack. Yeah, yes, I know. Well, she did leave you quite well off.
Yes, but it took almost a year for the insurance company to pay the policy.
So what made you decide to get married again?
Oh, Daniel, it was like magic. Charlotte is the best thing that has ever happened to me. And she was. She was gorgeous, intelligent, and had come into my life at just the right time. Oh, ooh!
I'm so sorry. Please forgive me.
No harm done. Are you injured?
No, only my pride. Foolish of me for not looking where I was going.
Well, then, you must let me take you out for dinner.
How very bold you are, sir. I don't even know your name.
Richard Jones, and who I have the pleasure of dining with this evening.
Charlotte Croft. And I must unfortunately decline the invitation.
Oh, now my pride is hurt.
Oh, don't let it. I have an engagement at the museum this evening that I must attend.
Then the problem solves itself. I shall accompany you.
Bolder and bolder. I will meet you there at 8 p.m.
And that's how it began. We went to the movies, the park, all the things that people who date begin to do. I even explained about my first wife and how she had died.
You poor, dear, sweet man. However, life must continue. I'm so glad that you decided to continue it with me.
Less than 6 months later, we were married. I moved into her penthouse and we began to set up housekeeping. I worked as best as I could, but Charlotte took care of all the expenses.
I believe that a man should keep all his money. What he's worked for so hard. Don't worry about the general bills. I can take care of them.
In a year, I had grown to hate her. I understand that hate is a very strong word, but it's the only one that I can come up with. To me, she seemed to lord over the fact that she was taking care of me. I offered many times to pay the bills, do the shopping, but every time I brought the subject up, she would tilt her head and laugh and say,
Richard, darling, don't give it another thought. Let me worry about those trivial matters.
Yes, I hated her for that, until one day when I regretted hating her. Hello?
I'm coming home, Richard. Wait for me.
The phone went dead. I tried calling her back, but it simply kept going to her voicemail. I must have left 20 messages, but none were returned. It wasn't until the doorbell rang, and I found the police on my doorstep.
Mr. Jones?
Yes?
I'm afraid that I have some rather disturbing news. Your wife, Charlotte Jones, has been killed in a car accident.
Charlotte? Are you sure? Could it be somebody else?
This was the address on her license. I'm sorry, sir.
It just can't be. I talked to her on the phone. She said that she was on her way home and that I should wait for her.
We may need you to come down to the morgue for a positive identification.
I felt like it was a dream. I barely remember seeing her body lying on the slab at the morgue. Her face was mangled, and while they had tried to get most of the blood off of it, she was still a grisly sight to see.
Is that your wife, sir?
Yes. Oh, God, yes. What happened?
We're not sure, but we know that it was just an accident. We're still investigating, but I'm quite positive that it will be ruled as such. I'm sorry for your loss.
My loss? Oh no. It's my gain.
According to Edgar Allan Poe, the boundaries which divide life from death are at best shadowy and vague. Who shall say where the one ends and where the other begins? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Richard Jones, a widower, met the love of his life, or so he had thought. Even though he was working, his new wife, Charlotte, seemed to be carrying the weight of the everyday bills that tended to occur. While the marriage seemed to be perfect at first, Richard began to loathe her. Until...
Charlotte had died. The police had determined that it was simply an accident, caused by a faulty brake system. She had called me to let me know that she was on her way home, and according to the report, slammed into a tree 5 minutes later. I had looked at the clock when she had called, 11:13. It had been 10 years since the accident, almost to the day when the phone rang at exactly that time. Hello?
I'm coming home, Richard. Wait for me.
Wonder who the devil that was.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Marcy. Just coffee, please.
Now, sir, if you don't mind me saying so, you really should go off with a good hearty breakfast. My Joseph, God rest him, always had a good breakfast to start the day.
Really, Marcy, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind. If coffee is all you want, then that is all I will serve. Would you like me to answer, sir?
No, I'll pick it up. Hello?
I'm coming home, Richard. Wait for me.
Sir, will you be home for dinner? Oh, my. You look white as a ghost. Everything all right?
What? Oh, yes, everything's fine. Just a wrong number.
It seemed to upset you, sir.
I'm fine, Marcy.
Very well, sir. Will you be coming home for dinner?
Yes, I should be. If I do run late, I will give you a call. Twice the phone had rang, and both times it sounded just like Charlotte. I knew it was impossible. Charlotte had been dead for 10 years. I met up with my friend Daniel at lunch and told him what had happened.
Most remarkable. That's quite a tale.
I can assure you, Daniel, this is no tale. Last night, and then again this morning.
No, but you yourself said that it only sounded like Charlotte.
I know.
Perhaps it really was just a wrong number. You know, you're not the only Richard that lives in the city with a telephone.
It was just a little bit unnerving. What this woman said was the very last thing that I heard Charlotte say.
Richard, it's just best to forget it. I know that I've accidentally dialed the same wrong number and had to apologize not just once, but twice.
Oh, I suppose you're right.
And if it happens again, well, maybe you need to call the police.
And tell them what? That a wrong number has been calling me?
You're right. Best just to forget it.
I poured myself into work at the office. By the time the afternoon had come around, I had forgotten the phone calls. When I returned home, Marcy had made a wonderful dinner, and my spirits had been lifted. She retired to her room around 10:30, and I stayed up to watch the late news. I must have drifted off to sleep. I woke with a start to the ringing of the phone. Hello?
I'm coming home, Richard.
I'm afraid that you have the wrong number.
Wait for me.
I stood there, staring at the receiver in my hand. I looked over at the clock and a cold chill went up my spine. 11:13. Sleep was fitful that night. However, for 2 days there was no strange calls. I would let Marcy answer the phone every time that it would ring, but it was usually something that either her or I was expecting. That was until Thursday night.
Now your dinner is in the oven, sir. I made you a nice pot roast and veggies.
Thank you, Marcy.
Oh, sir, you're too kind. I should be the one thanking you for giving me this job.
Well, I wish the pay was a little better.
Pay with room and board? I couldn't ask for a better job. Now I will only be away tonight. I should be back by 10 in the morning.
I'm sure that I will survive.
Oh, you men. My dear Joseph, God rest him, couldn't even boil water.
The apartment was silent. I had some peace and quiet. And without thinking about it, I answered the phone.
I'm coming home, Richard. Wait for me.
Charlotte?
Richard. Why? Richard, why?
There was no mistaking it for a wrong number now. It was Charlotte. I knew that voice. Even after 10 years, I knew that it was her. She had asked me why. Why what? Why was I still alive? Why had I not died of a broken heart? Or was she asking why it was me that had killed her?
Someone once told me that there can be nothing against you unless the dead could come to life. I can assure you that what awaits Richard is nothing short of pure terror. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Richard Jones has been receiving some rather strange phone calls at the exact time that his wife Charlotte made her last call to him before losing her life in an auto accident.
Yes. You have guessed correctly. I had tampered with the brakes of the car, and 5 minutes after she had called me, I was very, very wealthy. The money was practically gone within a year, and there was just enough to afford the apartment and the services of a lonely widow named Marcy, who has, I believe, grown quite fond of me. Talking to her, I have found that she is in no desperate need of money, as she had redeemed a large settlement from her husband's estate. But I don't want to progress plans too far ahead of myself.
Oh, sir, you startled me. I didn't expect you to be home.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you.
Oh, it's all right. My Joseph, God rest him, used to sneak up on me all the time. Gave me such terrible jumps, he did. When I backhanded him one time, on accident, of course, he stopped that foolishness. Now then, since you are home, how about a nice cup of tea?
I just made some coffee.
Oh, well, suit yourself.
Did you enjoy your visit?
Oh, yes, sir, very much. My friend Evelyn and I always have a nice visit, both of us losing our husbands and all. Yes, it was quite relaxing. However, there was one strange thing that happened.
Really?
Yes, we was watching the telly, but Evelyn likes to go to bed around 9, and I just can't bring myself to sleep that early, so I stayed up a while longer. Well, anyway, the phone rang, and I thought that it was perhaps you calling, so I answered. Turned out to be one of those prank phone calls. I didn't think that anyone did those anymore.
Don't tell me. Is your refrigerator running? Well, you best go out and catch it.
Oh, you. No, it wasn't anything like that. No, it was a woman who told me to let Richard know that she was coming home and he should wait for her. Then she hung up.
What did you say?
Oh, my. Are you all right, sir? Maybe you should go and have a lie down.
No, I just remembered. I have some important work to catch up on. I'll see you tonight. Home was the last place that I wanted to be. I watched the clock all day, willing it to slow down. Eventually, I knew that I would have to go home. I nearly jumped out of my skin when the phone on my desk rang. Hello?
Is that you, sir?
Yes, Marcy, it's me. Look, I should be home around 7.
Well, sir, there seems to be some company coming over tonight.
I'm not aware of anyone coming.
I took another call a few minutes before I called you. The woman on the other end said that she would be home tonight and that you should wait for her. She said that she was your wife. I thought you told me that your wife had died.
I must have broken at least 20 traffic laws racing home. I kept looking into the rearview mirror for the flashing lights and the siren. When I arrived, the apartment was silent. Marcy! There was no answer. I looked at the phone. I honestly didn't even want to touch it. Hello?
I'm coming home, Richard. Wait for me.
Just... who the hell is this?
You should know who this is, Richard. After all, I am your wife.
My wife died 10 years ago. This is not a very good joke.
If you really needed the money, you could have just asked. Such a shame. But that is all over now. After 10 years, we will finally be together. I really don't like the new body. I think that you could have done a lot better.
So now I'm sitting here in the living room, which seems to be a very archaic name. I'm watching the clock as I write all this down, hoping that by my confession and the events that have happened, my soul will not be damned. Marcy?
Get me out, Richard.
Wait for me.
Charlotte! I'm going to leave these notes on the table. Frozen. All I can do is sit here and wait for I'm not even sure what. Marcy or Charlotte? Whatever is waiting for me in that room. I can't move. And I don't want to go down the hallway and find out what's behind the door. I'm afraid to.
I'm home, Richard. I'm really home.
The police were called to the apartment of Richard Jones, who lived with his housekeeper, Marcy. They found Richard halfway in the bedroom, lying on the floor and covered in blood. No trace of anyone named Marcy has ever been found, but they are still looking. I'll be back shortly. I began our little tale with a quote from George Orwell. I will end it with one from Ralph Waldo Emerson. It is the secret of the world that all things subsist and do not die, but retire a little from sight, and afterwards return again. Our cast included Mark Wheeler, Annie Mick, Crimson McKenzie, Carter Sheriff, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
The rules are quite simple, Miss Markheim. You simply sit here and smoke cigarettes.
Doesn't seem to be too stressful. And for that, you will give me $5 million?
Tax-free. Of course, there is a catch.
It wouldn't be much of a gamble if there wasn't one, now would it?
And you are free to leave at any time. At least, until we begin our little game.
What do you mean by that?
Once you begin your game, you must complete it until the end.
And if I don't?
Oh, well, then Jansen here will take his gun and put a bullet in your head.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us to the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan.
And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Gambling has been traced throughout the ages in different parts of the world, from Egyptians to Romans and the Greeks. If we think that we have a chance, whether it be from a scratch card, the big 6-number draw each week, or rolling the dice, we are all drawn to the possibility of winning life-changing money.
It's all come down to this. A 50-50 shot at winning. I've always played the odds, but I never expected to be here. It wasn't how it was supposed to go. I was the winner. So how do I find myself here? It all started last week. I had heard about the high-stakes poker game on the Scenic Railway. It's an old-style steam engine train that caters to tourists through the mountains. However, there is one club car where a man named Danny Pierce ran a poker game. Getting into the game was luck in itself. Excuse me, are you the conductor?
Yes, ma'am. Timmons is the name. Are you on the train today?
I was wondering about a card game that is played on here.
You must be talking about Danny's game. Yes, ma'am, but it's usually booked up.
Would a C-note help me up the list?
Well, ma'am, I could get you first alternate.
How about 3 C-notes?
I'll see what I can do.
After about 10 minutes of writing, the conductor finally ushered me to the club car, where I met Danny Pierce for the first time.
Welcome to the game, Ms.
Markham. Sherry Markham.
Not the Sherry Markine.
Guilty, Mr.
Let's just say it's Smith and leave it at that.
Oh, come on, Roland. We're all friends here. Ms. Markheim, this is Roland Archer.
Pleased to meet you, Senator.
And before our host rats me out, I'm Ace McIntyre.
Surprised that you recovered from your accident.
Well, seems that our beautiful Miss Markheim knows you too, Ace.
Not much of an accident. Just a stunt on the film that went wrong. Still, kept me off the set for 3 weeks.
Come on, can we get on with this?
Of course, Roland. I'm sure that Congress will survive without you this week. Timmons, I'll take 5,000 in chips to start. You do understand, Miss Markheim, that there is a $25,000 minimum?
Oh, I think I'm covered. And call me Sherry.
Should I have heard of you?
International poker player? You're kidding me, right, Danny?
No. Well then, this should be a most interesting game.
I'm gonna raise 1,000.
Too rich for my blood.
I'll see your raise and raise 1,000 more.
Call.
Full house. Kings over 10s.
Damn.
Very nice, Mr. Pierce. Beats my full house, 10s over 3s.
That's a rather dangerous game you're playing there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Does the smoke bother you?
There is no smoking on this train.
Yeah, but we can make an exception.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce.
Well, that last hand nearly wiped me out. so I'm gonna spend the last of my cash at the bar. Roland, care to join me?
In a minute, Ace.
I'll see you there.
Well now, Miss Markheim, it seems that it will just be the two of us.
Doesn't seem like much of a challenge.
Oh, you don't think so? You seem to like to gamble. For instance, that little habit of yours.
What? The cigarette? Been smoking for over 20 years.
Quite bad for your health, you know.
Oh, I'm sure that there are worse things. Besides, it relaxes me.
Well, if you will excuse me, I think that I will go get a drink from the bar before we continue. That is, if you would like to continue the game.
Sounds fine. Perhaps bring me back a whiskey. Neat?
Oh, it would be my pleasure.
Hang on. I'll come with you. Can't neglect my duties either.
Sure that you won't sit in for at least one more hand?
Be careful, Miss Markheim.
Oh, it's just a friendly little game.
That's not what I'm talking about. I've known Danny for a long time. He helped me get into Congress back in my campaign. He's very shrewd, you might say.
Seems to be a perfect gentleman.
How strong of a gambler are you?
I make my living at it. Why do you ask?
Even a bad gambler knows when to quit.
Are you suggesting that I quit this game now?
Not this game. I know Danny. I know how he works. And I know that he never loses. Just be careful.
Well, Roland, still here.
Just leaving, Danny.
Quite an interesting man.
Oh, did he warn you away from me?
Not in so many words. I get the feeling that you are not just friends with the senator.
He's done the odd favor for me. Nothing illegal, though.
Oh, I would hope not. So, shall we continue?
A very bad habit, Miss Markheim.
Oh, I've tried to quit several times, but I enjoy it too much.
Would you be willing to take a gamble with those things?
What sort of gamble?
How long are you going to be in town?
Depends. I haven't made any definite plans.
Why don't you come to my home in the canyon tomorrow night?
Wow. That's a little forward.
I'll be even more forward with you. If you do come, you could possibly walk out of my house with $5 million in cash.
And just who do I have to kill?
Nothing as sinister as that. You only have to play a game of chance. If you win, you will be $5 million richer.
And if I lose?
Come to my home and find out.
There is always some risk when it comes to gambling. Sometimes the odds can very much be in your favor, but there is always the chance that you could lose. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. The first casino was opened in Venice, Italy in 1638. It provided a controlled environment for gaming. Even in the refined period of Georgian England, there was a fast-paced game called, appropriately, Hazard, where entire fortunes could be lost in a single night.
Nice place you have here. Cozy.
No, it suits me when I'm here. I'm so glad that you decided to take me up on my offer.
Let's just say that I was intrigued.
Curious enough to at least pay me a visit. Did you have any problems finding the house?
Not at all.
In here, the library. Please, make yourself at home.
So, what is this game that you spoke of?
Wouldn't you like something to drink? Whiskey? Neat?
That would be lovely.
Jensen, whiskey for the lady. And I'll have some of the cognac.
Doesn't Jensen ever speak?
Unfortunately, he was in an accident some years ago. His vocal cords were severed.
Seems to be very devoted to you.
He always has my interests at heart. Now, Sherry, if I may so call you that.
Why not? We're all friends here.
Good. On to my little game.
Which is?
Well, first, you have to decide if you want to play. Once you agree, I'll give you all the details.
So I must go into this game blind?
It's a gamble in and of itself. Yes, as you say, you must go in blind. You know the outcome if you win, which is quite an incentive to continue.
What if I say no?
Well, then I will drink to your good health and escort you to the door. Perhaps we shall see each other on the train again.
And if I win, you will give me $5 million in cash.
Those are the terms.
All right, let's do this.
Excellent. The rules are very simple. Now, I'm all about rules. You understand?
Of course. What would a game be without them?
All right, well, here you are.
A pack of cigarettes?
Yes, your brand, I believe. As you can see, they have been opened, but I can assure you that all 20 cigarettes are in there.
So, you want me to smoke? That's the bet?
Yes, I want you to smoke. At least 19 of them. You see, earlier, I removed one cigarette, and I laced it with cyanide. One puff, and you'll die.
Wait, what?
You must choose 19 correctly.
Well, screw that.
Oh, no. I'm afraid there is no backing out now. You see, if you try to leave now, Jensen will put a bullet through your head.
You are insane.
A bullet through the head, slow death over the years through smoking, or cyanide poisoning. The choice is yours. Or a suitcase with $5 million.
I guess you thought I wouldn't have made it halfway through the pack.
No, on the contrary. I'm really hoping that you get to the last one.
How many others have you made this bet with?
Oh, only 2.
How did they do?
Not so well. They're buried on the grounds here somewhere. Jensen took care of all that.
Eight to go. Well, technically 7.
Wow, you really are a gambler. I'm most impressed. Jensen, please stand behind our guest.
You think that's necessary?
Oh, if it's one thing that I have learned, it's to cover all bases. Oh, most impressive. Only 2 cigarettes left, which means that, well, one of them...
I know. One left.
Are you still willing to gamble your life? Or would you like Jensen to put you out of your misery?
Well, I may be a gambler, but I also cover my bases.
Jensen! You killed him!
Just like I will kill you.
No. Wait!
Screw you and your bet. I think I've earned my $5 million.
Sherry Markheim picks up the suitcase and leaves the 2 bodies on the floor. She is sure that she has gotten away with murder. But as the old saying goes, the house always wins. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The 37th U.S. Secretary of State once said, "True luck consists not in holding the best of the cards at the table. Luckiest is he who knows just when to rise and go home."
What's going on? Where am I?
She's coming around.
Good. Everything ready?
Of course it is.
Where am I?
I warned you. Danny is not the kind of person that takes gambling lightly.
What are you talking about? Where am I?
You're on the train, of course. As are guests. Poker's just not going to be the same without Danny.
At least we won't lose as often.
I'm getting out of here.
Oh, I think this gun says otherwise. Sit down, Miss Markham. You have a game to finish.
Just take it easy.
You really should have finished the game. You were only the third person to try it, and you got further than anyone. We were quite surprised.
I had 100,000 that you wouldn't make it past 10-6.
And then you killed Danny.
I haven't the slightest idea what you are talking about.
She really hasn't figured it out yet.
Figured what out?
We were watching the whole time.
It's a little game that the three of us played. Believe me, you were never in any danger.
You sadistic little... But one of the cigs was laced with cyanide.
Are you kidding?
That was what Danny told you. If you had only smoked one more, you would have won. Danny would have picked up the other one and showed you that there was absolutely no danger.
But why?
Just a little bet between three very bored millionaires.
Imagine our shock when you pulled out that gun and killed Jensen and Danny.
So why am I here now?
Because you didn't finish the game.
You want me to smoke a cigarette. Fine!
It isn't that simple. Here, the same 2 cigarettes that you were left with.
But this time, one of them is laced with cyanide.
You're both insane. As crazy as Danny was.
Oh no, the first time was simply a test to see how much of a gambler you really were.
You almost made it. Now you have no choice.
The gun that Jensen had was filled with blanks. This one, I can assure you, is fully loaded. I have no problem in putting a bullet through your skull.
What do you want?
It's simple. Pick a cigarette and smoke it.
The one on the right or the one on the left? Which one is it gonna be? Freedom or death?
Sherry looks at the gun, then at the 2 cigarettes sitting on the table in front of her. Faced with 2 forms of dying, she chooses one. I'll be back shortly with a final word. Leo Tolstoy once said, "A gentleman is a man who will pay his gambling debts, even when he knows he has been cheated." Our cast included Raven Adams, Gemma Mitchell, Jonathan Rossignol, Mick Davis, and William Stafford. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Hey, did you hear that?
It's only the wind.
No, there's something else. I can't describe it. Just a sound underneath the wind.
I think you've been hitting that bottle a little too much tonight.
There. Didn't you hear that?
Brad, I only hear the wind. Believe me, working out in the cemetery, you think you hear all kinds of strange noises.
Tom, that wasn't just a strange noise. That sounded like something trying to get out of its premature grave. And I don't want to be here when it does.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
The doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. The wealthiest place on Earth is not a gold mine, oil field, or even a bank, but a cemetery. In there are companies that were never started, masterpieces that were never painted, and the greatest treasure of untapped potential, wrote Miles Monroe. For some, the cemetery can be a peaceful place for reflection, or it can easily be a place of pure evil.
Tom? Tom Watson?
Who might you be, miss?
I'm Emily Maynard from the Herald.
Ah, one of those reporters who've been all over town asking questions.
That's what we do.
What brought you all the way out here?
Well, you have to admit, it is a little strange that all the people who disappeared were last seen heading this way.
You must have been listening to the stories about old Tom Watson.
Your name has came up quite a bit.
I'm sure that it has, since I'm probably the oldest living resident of Cassius Valley.
I'd like to ask...
My folks were born here, as well as my grandparents. For all I know, my great-grandfather founded this little town. I'm not sure why the city council would have sent you to me.
Oh, no. They had nothing to do...
Want to put me in a home, tear down this little shack, and make room for more graves, is it? I've been the caretaker here for 40 years. 40 years, do you hear me? And I'm not going anywhere.
Believe me, Mr. Watson, that is not the reason for my visit. Why don't you tell me a little bit about yourself?
Me? Not much to tell. My parents died when I was 15. Car accident. I left school, joined the army. Caught a piece of shrapnel in my head and got a high school diploma and a hefty check, courtesy of our government. When I moved back here, the only job available was this one, and I've been here ever since. Not bad for a 72-year-old.
Wow, well, why do you stay?
I like it. It's peaceful out here. The cemetery has been here since the 1700s. I wouldn't be surprised if George Washington slept in a tent over one of those graves. I mean, before it was a grave.
What do you do here?
I keep the grounds clean, grass mowed, weeds pulled up. I dig graves when needed.
A man of your age?
I beg your pardon. I'll have you know that I'm the best grave digger in 3 states. Oh, That stupid council always wanted to bring a backhoe in to do it. That's sacrilegious to me. A grave is a sacred, hallowed thing. It should be another human being to dig it, not some cold machine. That's just respect.
That is amazing. You've been doing this for 40 years?
Oh, I can tell you who is where without even looking at the records or the map.
You have a map?
Sure. Look, this place is over 15 acres. Thousands of souls are resting here. The map just tells me where they are and what plots are still available.
Sounds like a rather large job.
Sure it is.
And you don't mind living out here all alone?
What do you mean?
Well, I don't think that I would be able to sleep in the middle of a cemetery, especially at night.
It's not as bad as you might think. Although, there was something that happened out here you might call strange.
What happened?
It was July, I think. About 10 years ago. I was digging a grave for the deceased mayor of our little town, rest his soul.
What better time? I'm sorry. Please continue.
I wanted to make it special for a special client. My friend, Brad Wilkins, decided to pay me a visit, and I was just finishing up.
Hello? You around?
Right here, Brad.
Gee, you scared the life out of me.
I've been telling you to turn up your hearing aid. I suppose crawling out of a grave would be a little scary.
Every horror movie I've ever seen came flooding back. Don't do that. You almost gave me a heart attack.
Now don't go making me dig 2 holes tonight.
How much longer are you gonna be?
Just finished up. Let's go up to the shack. I got some stew simmering on the stove.
Now you're talking.
Oh, come on. You really came for my stew?
Of course not. That's just an added bonus. I'm here for the $1.50 I'm going to take from you when you play gin rummy.
He sounds like a nice gentleman.
Oh, he was the town character. Always rode this old bike. Clothes that had more patches than material, but was one of the smartest men you would ever meet. And one of the richest.
Really? How so?
He once told me that he had 4 patents that were snatched up by whatever industry they affected. Of course, he was always telling wild stories.
You did call him the town character.
He took me to his house once and let me see his safe. I swear, if I were a violent man, I would have killed him and been in South America living the good life. Good thing I didn't do that.
Why is that?
He gave me the combination to the safe and told me it was all mine if anything ever happened to him.
Now, that's a motive if ever I've heard one.
No, I made him put it in writing. You should have seen the look on the clerk of the court's face when she filed it. Oh, she thought we were just 2 old guys having a bit of fun.
But why wouldn't he have kept it in a bank?
Didn't trust them. Never did. Anyway, I'm getting away from my story. We were headed back to my shack when... Sure is a quiet night.
I have never understood why you live way out here. It's also creepy.
You get used to it.
Hey, you hear that?
That's just the wind blowing.
No, it sounded like...
Like what? That stew's been simmering for almost an hour, and my stomach's telling me it's time to eat.
Just give it a minute, will you? Maybe it'll happen again.
Come on, Brad. I'm hungry. Besides, I think you've turned your hearing aid up a bit too much.
Give it a few more. There, do you hear it?
The author Kurt Vonnegut once said that it's a small world, especially when you put it in a cemetery. But what things lurk in the dark after the sun goes down? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Norman Vincent Peale once said that the only people who don't have problems are in the cemetery, unless you just happen to be walking through one.
Don't you hear that?
I'm telling you, it's just the wind. Now come on. Soup is gonna simmer away if we don't... Now where are you going?
Sounds like it's coming from over here.
That's just a grave I dug. Nothing in there but dirt.
How deep did you go?
6 feet, like always.
You ever wonder why it's 6 feet?
I've often wondered about that.
Would you like some tea? I just made a fresh pot.
Thank you. That would be nice.
Sugar, lemon, milk.
Oh, no thank you.
6 feet deep. During the Black Plague in 1665, the mayor of London declared that to keep bodies from spreading disease.
I wondered where it came from. You are quite knowledgeable for
An old fart. I know a little about a lot of things. How's your tea?
Quite good. Thank you. So, what happened with your friend?
He started to walk up to that hole in the ground. There was a full moon, and the gravestone seemed to glow in the light. I watched him as he got closer to the open grave, and... Hey, Brad, watch where you are standing. Wouldn't want you to fall in.
You ever wonder what might be deeper than 6 feet?
More dirt. Never really gave it much thought.
I mean, this place has been here for a long time. Maybe even millions of years.
The cemetery is old, but I don't think it's that old.
No, Tom. I mean the ground itself. We just dig down 6 feet, plant the body, and never wonder what might be further down.
Do you stay up at nights thinking about this stuff?
They found fossils in less ground, you know?
I think I hear that stew calling us.
I swear that sounds like it's coming from...
Now, Brad, I told you, don't get too close to that. Brad!
Tom,
Brad!
Help me!
What happened?
I was looking at Brad, just standing next to that open hole. He just disappeared.
Did he trip and fall in?
No, he didn't just fall in. It was like something had pulled him in, like it had yanked him and grabbed him from behind and pulled him down.
What did you do?
I ran up to the grave, turned on the flashlight I always carried, and looked down. He wasn't there.
What do you mean, he wasn't there?
I should have seen a body at the bottom, but Brad wasn't there. I grabbed the shovel, and I jumped down, thinking that maybe the wall had collapsed and buried him. It's okay, buddy. I'm coming. Jesus, what the hell was that? What the hell? Looks like a tentacle. Like an octopus tentacle. Holy, it's disappearing.
You say that you saw this thing, and then you, what, dropped it?
No, it was there. I felt it. I picked it up and started rubbing the dirt off of it. The more dirt fell away, the more transparent it became until it was invisible. I could still feel it in my hands, but it wasn't there.
What did you do?
Climbed out that hole, went back to my shack, and finished off a bottle of whiskey.
But what happened to the tentacle?
I dropped it. Couldn't find it again. that sound. That little girl sighing just below the wind sent a chill down my spine. The mayor's funeral was the next day. I spent most of it laying in my bed trying to drink away the horror of Brad, the tentacle, and that sigh, that little girl's sigh. It sounded sad, more like someone crying softly. And the nightmares, they were bad, really bad. That damn tone could have stayed with me for days. I could hear it every time the wind blew. I tried to find it, but couldn't, so I just kept drinking. Would you like another cup?
Yes. So what happened?
Well, there was another funeral the next day, which meant I had to dig another hole. It was the other side of the cemetery. You kind of get a feel for how deep you've gone after you've been doing it for so long. I made sure the walls were perfect as usual, but then I heard it again. I started digging deeper. I didn't care if the walls caved in. I just wanted to know what was making that sound. I started digging. I watched the ground move. I saw a tentacle raising up out of the ground. I thought I was about to be dragged wherever Brad had gone. I watched it, almost mesmerized, as it started to gently rest my cheek.
Having a fence around the cemetery, I believe, is rather foolish. The ones inside cannot come out, and the ones outside don't want to go in. Unless there is another reason, which I don't like to think about. You think about returning with me with Act 3 shortly. There is a quiet place in any town you may visit. Lots want in, few are selected for the right price. No worries or cares, not a moment of stress, or even thinking about tomorrow. We call these little neighborhoods cemeteries.
How's your tea?
Very good. So what happened?
I felt that tentacle near my face. It seemed to lick my cheek like a small puppet might do. I felt it wrap itself around me, like giving me a hug before sliding back into the ground.
If you want my opinion, I think your tentacle came straight out of one of those bottles of whiskey you have.
I don't expect you to believe me. I'm just telling you what happened.
So what did happen?
I wondered why. Why Brad and not me? And then it hit me. What if this thing was something older than our world itself? An alien who had crashed on our planet and simply gone to sleep. Perhaps something that science had not discovered yet. But I had an idea. I started digging up graves all over the cemetery. I started with one of the newer ones, specifically the mayor's.
What?
I reached the coffin. I carefully opened it. The body was gone. The base of the coffin was also gone. Only the ground underneath was visible. I scrambled out of that hole, and I picked another one. On the other side of the cemetery, it was the same. The bottom of the coffin had been ripped away, and the body was missing. I spent the rest of the day digging up graves, finding the same thing. Didn't matter how old or new they were. Bottom of the coffin gone, along with the body.
I'm sorry. Well, that That was a fascinating story, Mr. Watson.
Believe it or not, that's what happened.
Would you like to know what I think?
Yes, I really would.
I believe that you murdered Brad and buried him in that grave that was eventually going to house the mayor.
Really?
I also believe that you've been killing people that come out here for some reason or another.
And what brought you to that conclusion?
I checked on a few things. Whenever there is another funeral, there is another disappearance. You see, you dig the graves, you murder your victim, and then just dig a little deeper for the body.
An interesting theory, but completely wrong. How is your tea?
It is rather good. I'm sorry, I don't know what is making me so tired.
Could possibly be the pills I put into the tea.
Wait, what?
You see, whatever is under the ground around the cemetery has been there for a long time. When this place was made into a cemetery, it woke up. It found a very fertile supply of food.
What's happening to me?
I think whatever it is didn't take me because it knows I'm its caretaker.
What did you do to me?
I'm saving you from the horror of being eaten alive. It doesn't mind the bodies from the mortuary, but like all of us, it does prefer fresh meat.
As Emily slips into that dark whirlpool of unconsciousness, her mind screams out for help. Tom, taking her limp body, carries her to a recently dug grave. I'll be back with a final word. The cemetery is a place of peaceful rest. No one there has cares or worries. If now you have something to worry about the next time you see one, perhaps we have done our job to bring your nightmares to a frightening reality. Our cast included Mick Davis, Crimson McKenzie, and William Stafford. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
A Doorway to Nightmare special presentation. Written and produced by Winslow Swan and Crimson McKenzie. Featuring William Stafford, Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Carter Sheriff, and Mark Wheeler.
Happy birthday, dear Mrs. Peters. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, you too? Stan, I almost thought you forgot.
How could I forget?
Fred kept reminding me for the last month.
Oh, I was just trying to help.
It's okay, Fred.
Oh, thank you, Fred. And thank you to my most wonderful man.
If I get that for singing, wonder what I get for this.
Stan? What is it? What is it?
Well, open it and find out.
No. No way. Oh my.
What is it?
Stan! How did you find this?
But what is it?
I just did a web search and found a place that still carried it. Surprised?
I've been searching for this for 10 years. Since the Halloween anniversary of All Hallows Eve 13. Oh, thank you so much.
Yes, but what is it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Fred. It's a perfume I used to wear when Stan and I were dating. They made a special at Halloween called All Hallows Eve 13.
It rhymed. That's how I remembered the name. Always drove me wild. Row, row.
Why do you think I wore it?
Well, don't you use it anymore? I mean, I like the way you smell.
The company that made it went out of business. It's quite a rare find.
Want me to try it out now?
Why don't you go upstairs and get ready?
Ready? Are you two going somewhere?
I have reservations at that new place on Main Street.
Oh, Stan. This is the happiest. I mean, what can I do? I mean...
Just get yourself beautiful and we can leave.
Well, she doesn't have to work too hard to do that.
Don't I know it?
Oh, Fred. Thank you.
Now, Fred...
I know. No parties, no gas. Try not to disturb the neighbors.
That's right. I'm not sure when Dot and I will get back.
Fred, are you sure that you will be okay?
Oh, don't worry about me. Since they changed the rules, I don't have to hang around you guys anymore.
Thank goodness for that.
I've got just the dress to wear tonight. Be right back.
Now, let's go over this one more time, Fred.
Stan, please, don't worry.
I just want the house to still be standing when we get back.
Nothing is going to happen. I promise.
That's what worries me.
Besides, I'm going to fade and get some shut-eye. See you in the morning, you sly old fox.
Come here, you handsome man. Oh!
Easy, Dot. You okay?
I think I may have had one too many martinis.
Have you had a good birthday?
I had an amazing birthday. Does my perfume still drive you wild with passion?
I forgot how good it really was on you. Come here.
Oh, pardon me. I'm sorry.
That's okay, Fred.
At least the house is still in one piece.
I just wanted to make sure that it was you two and not some
Not some what, Fred?
Oh, you know, somebody trying to break.
Fred, spit it out already. Trying to break what?
Well, I always try to keep an ear out for
Fred, what was that?
I'm sorry about that. Excuse me. Just a little.
Fred, what's going on?
I'm not sure. I'm really sorry. Sorry. Hey. You!
Maybe you're catching a cold.
And what's with all the sounds?
I'm afraid that whenever I sneeze, I sort of lose control. Control.
My table! Fred!
I'm sorry. Really, I am.
Great. Not only sounds, but now you're destroying the house?
Maybe I better disappear before... You! I'm really sorry.
What do you suppose brought that on?
I'm not sure, but I do know that we can't live with that.
Maybe I should call control.
God, not him again.
Do you have any other suggestions?
Yes. Let's take a shower and go to bed.
But I'm not tired.
Neither am I.
Oh, you beast, you!
Good morning.
Good morning, Fred. Any more of the sneezies?
Not a one. I can't understand it. I was fine until you two got home.
Maybe it was one of those 24-hour colds.
Dorothy, ghosts usually don't get colds.
First time for everything. Want some breakfast?
Not very hungry all of a sudden.
Fred? Are you okay? You look a little... Well, you always look pale, but a little more pale than usual.
Well, I was fine a moment ago. I don't know what... You! Sorry?
That's it. I'm calling control.
What has Fred done now?
Now, how do you know that is what I'm calling about?
Isn't it always?
Maybe I just wanted to see how things were going with you.
Oh, come now, Mrs. Peters. You really are not interested in my well-being.
Okay, you're right. It is about Fred.
Again, what has he done this time?
Well, it's not really anything that he has done, but what is happening to him.
Would you please just get to the point?
Okay, he started sneezing last night, and it's making a mess of the house. Not to mention that I'm running out of excuses to tell the neighbors.
That is unusual.
I thought that maybe he had just caught a cold.
That would be a germ, something that he cannot catch since he's dead. There must be another reason.
So, what can we do?
I will send Digger to see if he can help in some way.
Does Digger have a license to practice medicine?
Well, he has worked on a lot of bodies during his time.
Very funny.
You!
Was that...
Yes! And if Digger doesn't come soon, we may not have a house left.
Well, Digger, what's the verdict?
I'm not sure, Mr. Peters. You see, ghosts cannot get codes, so we can rule that out.
But Fred seems to be getting worse.
How could it get any worse?
My kitchen!
Fred, what did you just sneeze out at me?
That appears to be ectoplasm.
Ghost snot? Fred!
I'm really sorry, Stan.
Oh, don't worry, Stan. It does come out.
But it's my new suit.
Digger, do you have any ideas?
Well, has anything changed in the household?
Other than whenever Fred sneezes, something else breaks? No, nothing.
Let's try something. Mrs. Peters, would you mind leaving the room?
Okay. Anything to help.
Now, Fred, take a deep breath.
How do you feel?
Wow, a little better. No, a whole lot better.
Now, Mr. Peters, if you could leave and tell your wife to come back.
I didn't hear anything. You okay, Fred?
Why, I've never felt better in all of my...
Just as I suspected. Haven't seen a case like this in over 100 years.
What is it?
I'm afraid that Fred is allergic.
A ghost with an allergy?
It does happen sometimes.
So what can I possibly be allergic to?
Unfortunately, Fred, you are allergic to Dorothy Peters.
How long is he going to do that?
Oh, Stan. I feel like crying too.
It's okay. We'll figure something out.
I've got it all figured out.
Fred? What is that on your nose?
A clothespin. I just won't breathe.
Fred, that is the silliest thing I have ever seen.
But look, Stan. See? I can point right here next to... next to... you!
That does it.
Now, Stan.
Why does he have to blow his ghost snot on me?
I'm sorry. I don't mean to... Okay, so let's think about this logically.
Anything to cure the floating disaster.
Fred has never, ever had this problem before, right?
Not that I recall.
Well, you take that stupid clothespin off.
Okay, so something changed here that has made Fred allergic.
But nothing changed.
Oh, yes, it did. Don't you remember? You gave me something on my birthday.
You have got to be kidding.
Your new perfume? The one that Stan looked for over a month?
That can't be it.
Tell you what, let me take a shower and I'll be right back. Fred, you stay here. Fred, are you here?
He was afraid to face you, so he whooshed off.
Fred, get back here.
I'm afraid to. What if I sneeze again? What if it's not the perfume?
Then we will just keep trying until we do find out what is making you sneeze. So come on, don't be afraid.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
I'm going to stand behind you in case he sneezes. 2 suits with ghost snot is plenty.
I'm sure I'm right. Maybe. Now come on, Fred.
Dorothy? Stan?
How do you feel?
I feel...
Oh no, not again.
I was only kidding. I feel great.
Good one, Fred.
It's not funny.
At least we know what caused it. And I don't have to explain anything to the neighbors. Especially nosy Nellie.
I can actually breathe again. Well, so to speak.
It's okay, Fred. We understand. Now, Stan, we have to get rid of that perfume.
Are you insane? That bottle cost me over $300 for just 1 ounce.
And your suits cost close to $400 to get dry cleaned. Now, here's the bottle. Take it as far away from here as possible. I'm sorry.
Oh, come on, Dot. His sneezing wasn't that bad. We can get used to it.
Stan, don't open the bottle.
Come on, Fred. It was her birthday present after all. You can hold your breath or do something.
You! Sorry, Stan.
I'll be back in a little bit.
Where are you going?
First, I'm going to change clothes. Then I'm taking this little bottle and throwing it in the river.
You have been listening to A Doorway to Nightmare special presentation, written and produced by Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. Music by Kevin MacLeod. Featured in the cast, William Stafford as Stan, Crimson McKenzie as Dot, Mark Wheeler as Control, Carter Sheriff as Digger, and Winslow Swan as Fred. Join us next time for the further adventures of Fred, Dot, and Stan in Haunting. This is your announcer, Mick Davis. Epilogue: The Butler Did It. The Casebook of Sidney Chase, produced and edited by Crimson McKenzie, written and directed by Winslow Swan, and featuring Dave Arkhipov as Lieutenant Anthony Ferraro, Winslow Swan as Dr. Alex McDougall, and starring Crimson McKenzie as Sidney Chase. Tonight's episode, 33 1/3 RPM.
Okay, Alex, I'm here. What is the big emergency? What is that awful sound?
Sidney, please, come in.
Alex, what's going on?
Just come in and I will explain.
You look like you could use a drink.
Oh, please, help yourself.
I thought you only listened to classical music.
I have a very eclectic taste in music, Sidney.
I don't exactly call that music.
Yes, well, let me turn it off. I think I've quite exhausted my listening abilities for today.
You were actually listening to that noise?
Oh, please, Sidney, sit down. Are you working on anything at the moment?
Just this glass of wine. Oh, come on, Alex. Give us a little smile.
I'm sorry, Sidney. The last couple of days have been very stressful.
Alex, I've known you for a long time, and you're the most optimistic doctor I've ever met. If it had not been for you and David... well, you were always there for me then, and I will always be here for you.
Oh, thank you, Sydney. You know that your husband was my favorite patient. I suppose my optimism came from him.
Now, tell me what's going on. Don't leave anything out. You know how I like my details.
Are you familiar with a store called Waxworks?
Isn't that the record store that opened a few months ago?
Yes, over on 9th Street. I discovered it a few days ago.
I've never been. What's it like?
Wall-to-wall vinyl records, all nicely cataloged in a fantastic inventory.
I heard vinyl is coming back. Even new artists are releasing their music on it.
I have always said that the digital age was the downfall of pure music.
Is that why you don't have a CD player?
I never joined the so-called digital revolution.
You do have a most impressive collection. Bach, Mendelssohn, Wagner, Beethoven, and Alex! What is this?
I told you, I have a very eclectic taste of music.
No, but this is the first issue of Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon. Do you have any idea how much this is worth?
Oh, you will find all kinds of treasures in my collection.
Ooh, Moody Blues, Aerosmith, Led Zeppelin. Wait a minute. Kiss? You actually listen to Kiss?
Only when the mood strikes me.
Okay. So, tell me about this record shop of yours.
Oh, well, a few days ago I was browsing through their jazz section. I wasn't looking for anything in particular, just seeing what they had to offer. That was when I met Susan Quartermain.
Ooh, a woman. The plot thickens. Tell me.
It wasn't anything like that, Sydney. She simply works there.
I've always said that you could use a good woman in your life.
Would you please be serious for just one damn minute?
I'm sorry, Alex. Something really is bothering you.
Sydney, Miss Quartermain is dead.
What? But you said... Wait a minute. Start at the beginning and tell me exactly what happened.
Good afternoon, sir. Is there anything that I can help you find?
Oh, no, thank you. I'm really not sure what I'm looking for.
Well, if you need anything, just let me know. I'm Susan Quartermain.
Oh, Dr. Alex McDougall, and very pleased to meet such a lovely woman.
Thank you kindly, sir.
Are you the owner of this establishment?
I wish. No, I'm just a lowly employee who happens to know a lot about music.
I've never been in here. When did you open?
Only a couple of months ago. It seems that people are starting to discover vinyl records again.
Yes, and I'm very glad to hear it.
I'm glad that you stopped in. Now, what can I help you find? If you have any questions, just ask.
Oh, I thought I might look over your jazz selection.
Well, we just got some new ones in. I haven't had time to put them out yet. Would you like to see them?
Oh, well, if it's no bother.
No bother at all. Come on, back here.
Miles Davis, Buddy Rich, and this one.
Ah, yes. Big Bill Bronzy from Chicago.
But these are all original 78s.
Okay, Alex? First, explain to me what a 78 is?
Well, records were pressed at different speeds, depending on what was being released. You're familiar with the long play recordings, or albums. They are played at 33 1/3 revolutions per minute.
Oh, so a 78 is played at 78 RPMs.
Right. They were considered singles at the time. Just enough room on the record for one, sometimes two songs per side. Then, of course, came the 45s.
Okay, I'm up to speed. If you will pardon the pun. I mean, continue.
Well, there isn't much more to tell. I wound up buying the aforementioned collector's item.
Was that what you were listening to when I came in?
Oh, hardly. What I was listening to, as you put it, was an extra record that I found among the collection.
Oh, is it a rare recording?
Well, here, take a look at it.
There isn't a label on it.
Which is why I began listening to it in the first place. I first thought that perhaps the label had simply worn off.
And after you heard it, what did you do?
I decided to take it back to the record store. I assumed that Susan had accidentally included it with the collection that I bought.
When did you do that?
Oh, yesterday. It was around 3 in the afternoon when I was able to return to the store. I remember how silent it was when I walked in. Before there had been music playing, but now everything was deathly silent. Hello? Anyone here?
33. Collection 33.
Miss Quartermain, what happened?
Record. Devlin. Collection 33. 33. Collection 33.
Try not to move. I'm calling an ambulance now.
I take it that she didn't survive her injuries.
Correct.
What happened?
She was severely beaten. I've seen victims of muggings, robberies, even home invasions. But never have I seen injuries so bad.
Did you talk to the police?
Well, of course.
What did they say?
That Miss Quartermain was the victim of a robbery that went terribly wrong.
Let me guess. You talked to Ferrari.
One and the same.
Well, do you agree?
Sydney, I have known you for a long time. I have had the pleasure of being with you on many of your cases. I have learned the art of observing.
And what did you observe?
There was nothing missing from the store. The register was closed. All the money was in it. The safe, which was in the office, had not even been touched.
Who owns the place?
Mr. Hans Devlin. He was there when the police arrived.
What did he have to say?
Oh, the usual. How dreadful he felt that one of his employees was murdered by the dregs of society, that sort of thing.
So why the interest in that record you were playing?
Well, that's just it. I don't know. As you heard, it is a rather terrible sound.
I think it's time I had a talk with old Ferrari.
Chase, I don't have time for you today.
Oh, but Tony, I thought you always had time for me.
And don't give me that doe-eyed look. The only thing you want when you come in here is information. And I don't have any to give.
Oof. Maybe I just wanted to see how my good friend, the lovely Lieutenant Anthony Ferrari, was doing.
Flattery will get you nowhere, Chase.
Okay, how about a bribe? Want to grab some lunch?
What are you fishing for?
Okay, what can you tell me about Susan Quartermain.
Other than the case is still open, it's a simple robbery that turned into a murder case that got dropped in my lap.
Wasn't there any surveillance in the store?
The owner said that they had not had time to install it.
So no suspects.
We're checking the usual lowlifes in the area.
So, no suspects.
You have a wonderful way of stating the obvious, Chase. Now, if you'll excuse me, I do have other things to do.
I take it that Miss Quartermain's murder is not exactly high priority.
Chase, between the crime rate going up, the mayor's office calling me every time some protest comes up, and now the FBI waltzing in here, I don't have the time.
Wait, what about the FBI?
They came in last week, wanted the department's help with surveillance.
Surveillance? Don't my tax dollars supply them with enough agents?
Sydney, I don't know. I don't know anything.
Typical. Need to know.
You got it. Now, was that offer for lunch real?
Yeah, I'm starving. You pick the place.
Good afternoon. Is there anything that I can help you with?
Don't you remember me?
I'm sorry. I don't believe that I've had the pleasure of... Oh, wait a moment. Yes, you were the one who found poor Miss Quartermain.
Yes, Mr. Devlin. Dr. Alex McDougall. And this is my friend, Sidney Chase.
A very remarkable establishment you have, Mr. Devlin.
It took me years to finally open the place. The resurgence in popularity of the vinyl record has been quite extraordinary.
So I have been told. But why would anyone want to rob the place?
We live in violent times, Miss Chase. Unfortunately, Susan was simply caught at the wrong place and time.
Any idea who might have wanted to rob you?
Probably someone looking for money to buy drugs. Isn't that always the reason?
I noticed that you carry a lot of collector's items.
I pride myself on those.
Don't you think it's kind of funny how the thief, or thieves, didn't bother taking any of them?
I chalk it up to the uneducated.
I noticed this one that you have framed. The Beatles, Let Me Do.
My prized possession. A promotional 45 that was given to radio DJs before its initial release.
How much is it worth?
15,000.
Apparently the robbers did not know what they had at their hands.
Good luck on my part.
Bad luck for Miss Quartermain. What about this one? Motley Crue, Too Fast for Love.
A minor classic. Only 9,000 for that one.
1,000? Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Devlin. Come on, Alex.
Oh, Dr. McDougall, I believe that you purchased a collection. How do you like it?
Oh, it's very nice, Mr. Devlin. However, there was...
a slight scratch on one of the records. Nothing major, though.
Oh, I'm very sorry. Perhaps you would allow me to try and find a replacement.
That would be lovely, but I'm afraid that we have to be leaving.
But Sydney, I was just about to say...
that you will be back to see what other treasures you can find. Now let's go.
That has got to be the absolute worst. Where did you find it, Alex?
Never mind, Tony. Did you let your friends at the FBI know what I told you?
Naturally. Can you deduce what they said?
Ooh, let me guess. We don't take orders from some private eye, correct?
Sydney, do you blame them?
I'm a little lost, Sydney. Have I missed something?
Miss Quartermain was murdered, but not because of the robbery. And if I'm right, I think we can get the FBI off your back, Tony.
I'm all ears, Chase.
Alex, what exactly did Susan say to you before she passed?
Let me see. She mentioned Devlin, then kept repeating the number 33.
Are you sure? Are you absolutely positive that's all she said?
As far as I can remember... Wait a minute. Well, she did say collection.
Want to let me in on it?
Alex bought a collection of records from the store. When he got home, he noticed that there was an extra one.
The one that you were playing?
Yes. And I think that's what got Susan Quartermain killed.
I still don't understand.
Alex, you said that she kept saying 33 over and over. Can you play that same record at that speed?
Oh, well, of course. Hey, hang on. Let me just change the setting and,
The formula is xy squared to the 10th power. The measurements for each ingredient is as follows. Nitrate oxidized to...
Very good, Miss Chase. No, please, don't move.
Mr. Devlin, how did you get in here?
Alex, don't you ever lock the front door?
Sorry, Sydney.
I must congratulate you, Miss Chase. It's a shame that you will not live to tell anyone, least of all the FBI.
How about a drink?
Make mine a double.
I think I need a triple.
Where did you learn to shoot like that, Alex?
He's been hanging around me way too long.
Well, I thought that after being shot myself, I could use a little protection.
It's a good thing, too.
And a good thing that Alex was carrying it and Devlin didn't notice when he took it out.
Who notices an old man?
Oh, Alex, I always notice you. Where's Devlin now?
At the hospital. The FBI is taking charge.
What exactly was on that record?
It turns out that Susan Quartermain was working undercover. The FBI was watching Devlin for a long time.
I had a chance to talk to one of those agents. He told me that Devlin was smuggling all kinds of information, but they couldn't figure out how.
And when Devlin found out that Susan accidentally sold one of the records, he must have gone mad.
That's about right. But Sydney, when did you talk to the FBI?
Right after we had lunch. I just happened to run into him while he was getting coffee.
Tony, Sydney has the uncanny ability to catch people off their guard. Eventually, they will tell her everything.
It's a gift and a curse.
You've been listening to The Casebook of Sydney Chase. Tonight's episode, 33 1/3 RPM, was written and directed by Winslow Swan, produced and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Featured in the cast, Dave Arkhipov as Anthony Ferraro, Winslow Swan as Alex McDougall, and featuring Annie Mick, Mick Davis, and starring Crimson McKenzie as Sydney Chase. Music by Kevin MacLeod. This is your announcer, Mick Davis, inviting you to join us for another adventure from the Casebook of Sydney Chase. Epilogue: The Butler Did It.